Hello. Hello.
A part of me kinda wishes that maybe I went to the bathroom before I started stream, but I didn't want to I didn't want to start it too late. Oh yeah, and there's like 15 seconds to go. Goodness gracious. Ding. I was about to press the button for the Whatsamahoozy, and just before I did, you decide to do the E thing, and I was like, "Oh wait, did I somehow press it?" Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. But yeah, so hi everyone, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. It is Wednesday for me. It's not a casual Wednesday or anything like that. It's just a Wednesday. But oh my gosh, part of me kind of wishes I went to the bathroom or something like that. But I got distracted. I got distracted, like looking at TV shows, looking at computer parts and what have you. I'm gonna swap to standing mode for a quick minute. Maybe that will stop me from going to the bathroom or something like that. Nope, it kind of wants me to go to the bathroom even more. Wait. Yeah, no, I don't know. Also, like, it's just, I'm looking down on you. Look at me looking down on you. Let me just adjust the thingy-majiggy and just go like, whoop, bam, there we go. Better. That's a lot better. But yeah, where was I in my train of thought? But yeah, no, I was like very much distracted by also ice. Like, why is it looking down? Like, it's like the subtlest of move. Wait, so this is me looking up. And then me looking down. And then me looking forward. And then I'm looking... Yeah, I can... What happens if I go cross-eyed? Okay, I have, like, no clue what it looks like when I go cross-eyed. Because, like, I can't, like, see... I can't see myself. This is me being a fucking shitter and just, like, you know, doing weird things. Doing weird things because I was very much getting onto a bit of a sugar thingy-madiggy. And once... Actually, no, hang on. I do need to go to the bathroom. I am such a fucking idiot. I do need to go to the bathroom. Why does the Zeebs want to go to the bathroom? Why do I do this to myself? I still have, like... It's only just hit 6 o'clock, and for whatever reason... Also, I have a new pet peeve about OBS. For whatever reason, like, the bars for, like, the tabs that I have in OBS, like the audio mixing, the stat tabs, for whatever reason, they resize themselves when I, like, so if I, like, so it resizes to this, and it doesn't like it. Oh, okay. I think I know what I need to do. I think I know what I need to do to fix it. So I need to make it like this wide, and then resize you to like that, and then resize you to about that, and then I think I've got it, chat. I think I got an idea. There we go. Maybe. I think I might have fixed it by accident or something like that. But yeah. Gosh. Can I hold it in? Maybe. I don't know. No, I don't think so. I don't think I can hold it in. Not even 30 minutes in, and I gotta take a bathroom, break. Hang on. Let me just really quickly do a bathroom break. Ding. 30-second advertisement while I go to the bathroom. So sorry, chat. I was not prepared. Alrighty. Now I'm back. I am so sorry for those of you that were, like, hoping that we'd, like, you know, get into something proper, but, you know, that wasn't happening for whatever reason. Also, what the fuck? There's a Guide the Raid redeem? I don't remember making that. I don't remember that redeem. What in the world? Where is this Guide the Raid redeem? Like, oh, when the fuck did I allow that to be a thing? Platforms, Twitch, channel point rewards. For whatever like, when did I enable this? I'm refunding you that. Oh wait, no, you're doing a legit... Oh, that was a legitimate, I thought you were doing one of, like, your text thingy-madiggies. I'll need to keep an eye on that one. Like, what the shit? I honestly do not, like, I am so sorry, like, because I just saw a wall of text with a purple text, and I'm gonna be real with you, Het. Like, if I see a wall of text in, like, whatever my chat thingamadiggy is, like, if it goes longer than, like, 3 lines, especially in a redeem, where I thought that was trying to do it like someone was trying to do a TTS thing, I'm gonna be real with you. I have like just a shot bang. You want me to redo it? Yes. Redo it, but don't give me the blurb, because I think that's what did it for me. Is like I saw a blurb and I was like, oh, and like I will be real with you. There, like Wild Saber does this so fucking often. Where, and I've told them off for this like more than once, and at this point it's like they do this thing where they go into the chat. Like, I appreciate when people come into the chat, but at least say a hello, or, you know, oh, what's this you're doing? Streamer name, nice, better. You could easily just do Icarus Beowulf. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on that guide the raid thing. I just wanted to give my reasoning for why this one. Fair enough. You can do that like after you can do it like after the guide, the stream redeem or something like that. But yeah, like but yeah, my like seeing the wall of like text from like a purple fonted from a purple colored username, and it was like I thought it was going to TTS or something like that, and like my first brain was just sort of like, uh-oh, like someone traumatizing. We'll try to remind it. Yeah. But yeah, you said you might not be here the entire time, which is unfortunate, so. And also, the panels don't stick. Alright, and then... Actually, do I just... Fuck it, we'll keep it like that, so then that way when it gets resized and all that, it goes to the thing. Alright, any whoosies. Where was I in my train of thought? Oh, actually, what I should do is I should do this instead. That way it always, like... stays thingy-madiggy, and then... There we go. Oh, I'm a fucking genius now. I am a genius. I have solved my conundrum. Rather than resizing like the windows over and over again, the panels over and over again, I will simply resize... Hang on. Alright. Yonk. There we go. And then... Don't, and then donk. There we go. All right, cool. Hello there. Hi there, Head. But yeah, so where was I in my in like my explanation? Oh yeah, so because of like Wild Saber, they've done this multiple times. Like the first message into the chat for the stream and such like that will always be this thing of like this blurb that goes off that is normally unrelated to the stream. And like, I'll be real with you, that makes me want to engage with the user even less, because they decide to jump in with like with something that is like irrelevant to the conversation that I was having and what have you. So like it's just a derailment. It's like as if you're having a if you're having a conversation about it's like you're having a conversation about trains and what have you, and then the next thing you know, Night Springs, empty slot. Okay, so I have 13 hours ago, 12 hours ago. Did I not do a manual save? Oh, okay, no, this is the manual save right here. And someone is calling... What the... Hang on. Oh, hi, Mom! Yep. Yeah. Hopefully you won't have to do that. You won't have to get a new MacBook Pro, but yeah, they'll have a better means of like observing and troubleshooting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, don't like at least like imagine like what it would take for or like, any like sort of hard surface in a dark spot to like lose out on water. It takes time. It's not out in the sun or anything like that or constantly getting air. Um it will I feel like it might be a reasonable amount of time, especially if you've already got it like, tipped on its side. It could be better yet upside down. Only other thing I could imagine is if you get like if you get like a good layer of rice or like cotton balls. Hmm. All right. Yeah. Figure out what's going on with it tomorrow. Don't go into buying a computer and such like that at just yet. I'll hear what's happening about stuff at work, okay? Alrighty then. Alright. Thank you. Thank you, Mom. Other than that, issue, I hope you have a lovely evening. Talk to you again. Love you. So that was my mom. Um, where's my, hang on, is the music paused? Yes, it is. Cool. Awesome. So that was my mom. She might have spilt like a glass of like coffee or wine or something. She spilled something. It was like a quarter of a glass and it hit like the table and a bit of it got into like the MacBook. I thought it was a MacBook Pro, it's a MacBook Air. And it just instantly turned off. So my mom is like extra worried because, my mom's in her 60s. She's not like she's not like a super techie kind of person living off of like the internet where it's like, oh hey, I got like I've got like over an hour of
page of another manuscript. Return. I didn't remember writing it, but it felt familiar, important. I had to find it.
Excuse me. But yeah, so she's like extra worried because like she has all the because she's had this since like 2018 and she doesn't have like her own like standalone PC like what I have. She's since like got rid of that because she's moved around a few times and she prefers her little like MacBook because she can take that with her wherever and like she likes watching movies on her lap like at her bed and what have you. So and she tells me it's like, oh, like she spilt things in the past but it never caused it to instantly turn off. And there's just the IT support part of me that's just sort of like that's probably like a bit of a red flag when it's like, oh, you've spilt things on it in the past and it's never done this before. It's like quite frankly, you were really playing with the Russian roulette there of just sort of being like, oh, it's happened, like this happened before. And like right now she's like double checking if iCloud has backed anything up. It sounds like there has been some files that were backed up in the iCloud, like, file storage thing, but it doesn't sound like everything. So it's going to be one of those things where you're a good son, I'm the only son. I'm the only, but like I'm always the IT person for my mom, for my sister, for some of the streamer friends. Like I'm often too used to like just being the IT support person even when I'm done working. But yeah, so yeah, there will just come the so she's like, I've told her, you know, don't touch it, keep it drying, don't charge it or anything like that, otherwise it might, like, you know, you might accidentally cause a charge and it will like short out and all that because of it. Wait until it's dry tomorrow, take it to an Apple technician. They might be able to recover from it. If not, let me know or something or rather. And because at work, like, we have like technology, like we have like laptops, keyboards, and monitors that are like, oh, we've had this for over 7 years and it's not really worth continually using in the company, but it is usable. So some people at work will contribute to like a charity or something like that, and you know, they get a laptop for it or something like that there. So there's always like those kinds of things. Alrighty, so writing is our goal. Hi there, Omega Platinum. But yeah, like, I'm sorry, chat, that like this is not the first time
to reach Parliament Tower using another murder site.
I'm sorry that it's like I took a bathroom break, or like, you know, not even 10 minutes before the stream started, or 10 minutes after the stream started. I then had that call with my mom, and I'll be real with you, like, yeah, she's very much worried, but there was a part of me that's just sort of like very like, I was just like, like, just snapping the... Thank you, Omega Platinum, for being my biggest fan. I greatly appreciate it.
Welcome. Our guest tonight is Alan Wake. This time he wanted to do something.
I was back, and I hadn't...
We sing!
I knew how this worked now. I could take control, no more surprises.
What demons he wrestles with in the dark hours of the night. Together with our house band, the divine old gods of Asgard.
Nice. Hang in there, Grant. I'll be fine. Well, okay, yeah. Like, there's other things going on besides, like, you know, me needing to be desperate support for my mom. Like, in this short term, like, that's a mom problem right now.
But instead of talking, we'll sing it.
Yeah. Here we go. So yeah, I wasn't able to do this last week because I kept getting distracted by work. Hopefully I do not get distracted by mom, because the last thing I need is mom being like, gives me another call and she's like, Grant, I'm sorry, you told me to do this, but I did this instead and now the computer won't turn on at all.
What the hell?
From what I've gathered, you grew up nice and sheltered with mama's pretty stories and your own made-up fury. And mama gave me a magic clicker. Well, yes, I think it's true and fair to say.
Can't see shit. Oh, there we go.
Come on in and listen, lost words you've been missing. Now the fire you're bearing, the eye of the darkness, your light. So you were drawn to stories early on. My dreams would light up my imagination. And you had nightmares night and day. Yeah, but with the clicker, I chased those frights away. So true. So here is the clue of hope to remember. Visions, they come true. Bend the light.
Where the fuck is... God damn. There's shadows here, but like... Light.
Finally.
All right, so there's
And
the
the
key.
award goes to Alan White.
Click.
Stories of crime and chilling thrillers of hard-boiled killers became bestsellers. It was all too much, I had to get away.
There's the ladder. I went for I went through the settings of light and brightness and what have you. I remember at the start of this game, and I didn't think I made it super difficult for myself in terms of brightness. I kept it fair. Alright, so this is where we get our flashlight. You can say it's a unique Zeeb stream experience. It's a very unique experience.
But there is more to it than meets the eye. I never meant for it to ruin my life that way. You just say you let the jaded lie. Dark shades could never save the day. But true.
Oh wait, there we go. The getaway club is I gotta follow the signs. There we go. All right. The music selection was low-key banger. It is a banger, let me tell you. So yeah, this is where we got up to in last week's stream, and I was so distracted with work I could not focus and such, so maybe this time around it will be different. Yep, so quick slot into one.
He could write a story like Tom Zane before him, and maybe they'd be happy once again. Just one shot, one more chance for him to save them.
Alright, is there anything special on this ferry? No. Alright. Up the stairs we go. And then this is the lake house nonsense.
Still he's a torchbearer, and it couldn't be much clearer. A war meets its warrior, true and right. The darkness within him held her hostage, and he sees
after one shot to the face you would be dead, but sure not. Sure, why not? It would take several in the head. There we go. Ow. Ow. Fuck you. Oh, cool. You're... I'm nearly dead, but, you know, I got rid of all them. I just need to make sure I don't get jumped. Thank you for the batteries.
Sipping Time sponsored by Super Mario 32.
Sippy time! You shoot one infected like 4 times to the head and they're still alive? I feel like that's just because they're strong. Not a case of like hitboxes, I think they're just strong. Ding, quick slot. Let's go 3 for there. Okay, I thought I did like a... Oh, okay, so double pressing on the back makes it so that you do a quick turn backwards. Oh. Ah! I got distracted. Hi there, Super Mario. So good morning. Hope I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. My mom called me for some IT support help, which, you know, cool. I don't know how much help she expects me to be able to give her when I live all the way down here and she lives far north. But, you know, what can I do? Actually, you know what? Let's give this a try. Okay, cool. That got rid of both of them. Nice. Fuck you. Okay, so sometimes you can melee them dead, but like other times you can't? Makes no sense. Alright, so we get the batteries from here. And then... yeah, look, there we go. So he's dead. Quick slot into 4. trying to be too good. 'Tis the life of tech-savvy people who get asked for things like, how do you fix the TV? It won't turn on. Yep, it is a little bit like that, but the thing is that my mom isn't... Like, quite often, my mom very much is asking, like, you know, proper IT things. Such as, like, you know, printer is not working, and it's like, you know, have to do, like, you know, proper troubleshooting steps that I would do in the office and what have you. Where it's like, oh, cool, I need to, like, you know, do an observation on the, Alright, cool. Does that get rid of both of you? Yes, it does. Awesome. Alright, there we go. Gets rid of you two, and then... Champion of light. There we go. Alright, so now we're not as, like, damaged. Now we can keep on going. There'll be another guy coming up from out here. Darn it. Why you gotta censor me, Pyro Parker? First time here and your first thought... First time here and you have to see me all censored. Tragic. Alright, reload this guy before we go any further. And then... grab you two things. Wait, did I pick up the... Yes, I did. So, ding, quick slot, 2, 4. Alright. Come on. Keep closer, get closer, and... there we go. Hello. Oh, shit. Darn you! I gotta reload this even faster. Fuck! Anywho, hello there, indeed. This is weird. Like, this is weird that even with like little distraction and what have you, I'm still like struggling on this one because it's like I don't. Like, I'm trying to, like, do the whole resource management thing, rather than... Like, I'm trying not to, like, waste too many of the flares. Alright, so we get, like... Get fucked. Show me the champion of light. I'll show you the herald of darkness. Oh, fuck you. Why do you have a... Fuck you. And I still... Alright, and then reload the flare. I think I understand now why they gave me like 7 shots of the flare. Come on. That sucked. Come on, reload, damn you, reload. God damn, these guys can do a guitar solo for a whiles. Cool. Safe there, and I can see there's text from my family even further. I didn't finish things off here. Can you... Okay, so my dad is inviting me to Mexican in December. So... it's a Mexican lunch. There we go. All right. And then you, quick slot you into there. And then reload you. Oh, so you do it a little bit quicker under the light, but not, you know, under pressure. Next! Now we're getting somewhere, Pyro Parker. I'm succeeding! Alright, we're back in the green room again. How many times are we looping this nonsense?
I didn't see that coming.
Alright, so...
A vision?
This soon? Okay. Oh, what? The
Such a dark place, am I trapped in here? Is this real? I cannot remember. There was a manuscript, it held a key. A vicious cycle I must not surrender to. Echo scenes to seek out again and again until I figure it out to bring this song to its end.
Alright, time to find a manuscript page. Jesus Christ, how tall is this ladder gonna go? I can barely even see it. Can you see it, chat? Can you see how far this goes? Alright, there's the end. Ugh. Oh, what? We're getting a big solo? And then, for whatever reason, the light show you the herald of darkness, lost in a never-ending night, diving deep to the surface. I think there's a little bit of an audio delay to the visual because of that like weird like pause that the audio had despite the video continuing forward. Wait, December 7th? Yeah, cool. December 7th. Yeah, cool. So I've got like an entire month.
And I thought this place couldn't get any stranger.
Ah, Artie! Hey, Artie.
Archie, right?
Herald of darkness, lost in the
Artie, you're trying to mop carpet. You realize you're trying to mop.
Swedish brothers, perkele. Ai, että nyt on kyllä.
Yeah, okay. So long as he knows what he's doing, I suppose. Alright, so as far as I know, there isn't anything in these buildings, because we've already done like a... Oh, cool. Alright. God damn it, we could have easily have gone through that in like the previous stream, like last week, and then I, you know, fuck off and do the work thing. But yeah, that was a very short part, I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, and he's still there. Quick save here. Shoebox. Honestly, probably... Oh, and then there's my trauma pads. Okay, cool.
It was all about me. This performance the Dark Place was putting on. But I had no control over it. I knew how utterly lost I was.
Alright. Another phone
The
call.
payphone was ringing again. The mystery caller was back at it. I had to find out more.
Who is this mystery caller?
Alan Wake? Do you know who I am?
No.
How the fuck could I?
Whoa! There's that famous temper. Lucky thing I'm not a paparazzi.
You keep jerking me around, refusing to tell me who you are.
You remember? You... Oh, fuck me. Alan, listen. Tell me, how much do you remember? Did you visit Parliament Tower? Did you find anything there?
We went into Parliament Tower, got
Alice
into
is in
Alice's
danger.
apartment,
Scratch is reaching out to her,
and it
then
seems
there's another
Scratch...
manuscript.
Yeah, that.
Not initiation, return. I saw the title page. I don't remember writing it.
Return. Oh man, this is what we're after. The Scratch can't have it. Our survival, the survival of the fucking cosmic everything depends on this. Come to me. Ocean View Hotel. I left my room key for you. It's right.
Wait a minute, Ocean View Hotel, that's the,
The dark place works in loops and rituals.
The Ocean View Hotel was used back in, Control. It's like a weird, like, time-space spot.
Catch you soon, brother.
I know what that is. I remember, like, I don't know how many of you were here when I went through Control, like, all those years ago.
Ocean View Hotel. A suspicious invitation to a shady meeting. Right on the money for the hard-boiled genre the whole city was built upon.
Alright, so the question is... Alright, so there's something across the way. There's a light over there. Talk show over there. Actually, hang on. Why is it telling... So it's telling me there's something back over there. Hard to see what it is because of all the... Nah, it doesn't want us
The
going.
story determined where I could go and where I couldn't.
Yeah, it's something here. There we go. There we are. Where to fix. Alright, so... Ah, okay, so down Ocean Avenue, and then there's an Ocean View Hotel entry over there. Okay. So we take a life on Ocean Avenue. Oh my god, Alan. Do you not have a sense of urgency? Sprint, my boy! Huh?
Dark presence is out there. It's hunting me. Its spies are always watching. It's trying to catch me. I think it did more than once. It's stealing from me. Stealing my identity. It wants to be me. Replace me. Twisted version of me. Scratch. Mr. Scratch. It's slithering into the story. Once it's in the story, I have to use it to keep the story true. Again, I have to make the story darker now. But that gives it power. That's bad. I don't want that. But I have no choice. It's an arms race. I gotta keep it together. Damn it. I'll be the first one to cross the finish line. I have to beat the devil at his own game.
Okay.
The story I was building was fragile, constantly under attack. There was no time to waste. The dark presence was only a step behind me.
Alright, cool. So this is where Ocean View Hotel is. Alright.
A loop that delivered me back to the street. What did the mystery caller said? If the waves keep pushing you away, you just need to find another way in.
Okay.
I couldn't get through.
Alright, let's have a look. Something linked to this place? And we save here.
With only dream logic to lead me to the hotel, I looked to the neon signs for guidance.
Follow the Mirror Peak. Mirror Peak? What? So the Ocean View Hotel. Oh! Mirror Peak Bar. Okay. So, big obvious arrows. Thank you, game, for telling me to follow the arrows. Otherwise, I would have very much have just fucked up trying to, you know, run through that door over and over again. Oh. Oh! Casey!
You're the killer, the cult leader. It's in your eyes.
No! You've got the wrong man! It's Scratch! There's no time to lose!
You're going nowhere.
Wait. This is what happened, in the first part. Alex Casey was, like, taking on a case or something like that, and then that case got him shot.
I was dead tired. I just wanted it to be over. It was all my fault. I'd had this dark place in my head for so long. Sometimes I'd forget the pain was there. Like it was the way you were supposed to feel. I was not in a dark place. I was the dark place. The source of it all. The vessel. Me and the writer. We were the same.
Huh.
This place kept pushing me under, getting into my head, poisoning me with darkness. I had to find a way to escape before it was too late. Too late again.
Room 665 for the initiation 5. But I see yellow arrows that I want to answer. Where to fix. Restores 100% of maximum health when new power to go. Huh. How did that happen? There we go. So I'm holding on to, like, I can hold on as many as, like, 4 lights, and I... Okay. So now we descend down. Slowly losing our grip of sanity. Beware of the dark, light will find a way. Darn it. I thought there would be something in the cooler, but I guess they wanted to give me false hope. Fuck you, darkness. Yep. So we remove. was that? Ah! I think that's like the first time I like died to those weird things. And he's not... Come on. Wake up. We're not dying here again. Nope, trapped in a loop. And there we are again. Where to fix? God, right. Oh, actually, never mind. I probably should have. Dink. Here we go. You can't exclamation point fish, Sir Dragon. You're not one of my moderators. Da, 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 da. Down the ladder we go again. Losing our mind as we descend down the ladder because chaos is a ladder. Game of Thrones has ruined the idea of explaining chaos. Explaining that chaos is a ladder is not a really good way to explain it. Because he's trying to make it sound like as if that people who embrace chaos will climb it and lose their way. And then there are those that will fall in the climb and never get back up. Which is a very terrible metaphor for chaos. Chaos very much is a fighting pit. We applaud those in it when they give us spectacle, but shy away from them when they need our help. Only by not engaging in the pit do we give ourselves elves freedom. Ow, fuck you.
You are a character in my story! The darkness is coming! Shit! Sacred blood!
God damn you! I don't need to see Alan Wake's head getting crushed by the darkness. I understand. Are you keeping count of like how many times I've like died out in the dark place? Is that why they're doing the like the loading and all that kind of nonsense? Bastards. Of course they are. Alright, this time around, increasing the maximum health. We're clearly gonna get hit once in a while. So... quick slot to 2. Quick slot into 2. Here we go. Yeah. I like the idea of the metaphor that chaos is a fighting pit. better than a ladder. Like, I could never get behind Littlefinger's thing of like, chaos is a ladder. It's like, no, fuck off. Like, madness, like chaos isn't something you can never mind. Yeah, no, chaos is a fighting pit. Because you're pulling people in there to fight. Fight whatever demons you decide.
The flashlight had done its job.
Nice. Cool. Should have used that flare way sooner. Alright, let me just use the trauma pad. There we go. Beware of the dark. Light will show you the way. Go. Keep the trauma kit. I don't have a shotgun, so we'll put the shotgun ammo away. We'll keep the flare gun in case we get flare ammo. Just in case. Oh, hello. Up arrow? What is that arrow trying to show us? Something over there. Okay, okay. So... There we go. Power of aid. Let's have a look. So increase flares, area of effect, and duration by a number of seconds. Increase effect duration of painkillers. We've got more painkillers, so let's increase the duration that the painkillers are effective. New here. So we keep on moving. No further thing here. It's down here. Alright, we now get a shortcut. Cool.
Hey,
Oh! Tim!
Tim Breaker. In case you don't remember again.
I know, Tim. I'm remembering more now.
It's good to hear, man.
There we go. More of the dark place.
How's your search for Mr. Door going?
It's not great.
Ew.
This
Pizza looks a bit
dream
moldy.
we're in. roadblocks in my way.
Okay, he was in a morgue. You were about to give evidence to the FBI. A door transported you here to this dream reality. You don't know why. Who, where, why, motive, and why me? What is this place? A dream? Feels like it. Not real. No place. Every place. All places? Any place. It's now New York, not NYC. A way to other places? A nexus? Is door the gatekeeper, or trying to get somewhere? Everywhere. Door. Gate. Portal. Port. Opening. Access. Window. What are the facts? We're missing time. No memory until now. You always end up here. Will I forget when I get out? Abducted. Aliens? Door? UFOs? Dreams! Me, but not me. Others I know, yet they are different. Question mark, the red hair woman? That might be the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. I've honestly forgotten her name.
So you think this is a dream?
I'm not ruling it out. You know, my dreams have always been incredibly vivid.
Ow.
They feel real until the second I wake up. In dreams, I'm often someone else. A different person with a different name, living a different life in a different world. Alternate realities, maybe.
Possibly.
But certain things don't change. Like door.
The sketch you have does look like the door I know. The talk show host.
All I know is the door has something to do with what's happening to me. And he knows that I know. He's like some sadistic mastermind torturing me.
Alright, the flare is very useful, so...
I'm lost.
Quick save here. Word of Lamp. Let's have a look. Restore 50 health for every second when using the flashlight boost on hostile shadows. Chance to stun enemies on flashlight boost. Provide 25% to regain a flashlight charge on killing an enemy. Let's restore health. Alright. So...
I could see the Ocean View Hotel. I was getting close.
Doesn't look like I can do anything from here.
The lights affected where the door led to.
Huh. Cool. Okay. Interesting. More Alex Casey thing here.
city will suck you dry if you stay here for too long. You'll end up a lost soul, haunting the streets and alleys. A faded-out shadow, glimpsed by some other.
Eee! Hi there, Masonic. Hey, there we go. Now there's a set of stairs. Sorry, I just need to... Alright. That was definitely something. So there's the Ocean View Hotel there. And we've gotten... Is there a benefit for leaving this one here? How's it going? I'm doing alright. I am just simply, yeah, it's just to get that thing. Okay, cool. I am, like, you know, I'm going about as can be. You know, I got paid a couple days ago, which was really nice, but I immediately had to start paying bills and things I was owed, or things that I owed other, like, you know, vendors and what have you, so, you know... Now I'm like in what would be called living paycheck to paycheck. Ooh! Looks like you found an episodes of Night Spring. This is optional content unrelated to the main story. You can access it now or from the main menu. Alright, I'll go with the main menu.
My eye. I could use that shotgun.
Yeah! Although Alan is going to be absolutely terrible with it, I imagine. Unless... There we go. And then there we go. God damn it. Now you can buy a shit ton of pre-workout and muscle gainer to make the Zeebs even more himbo-y? No, I cannot, I'm sorry. I do not get that option. I need to save up. I need to save up for, like, you know, the fact that I've got, like, this PC slowly, you know, losing out its strength and, you know, it's like not being as efficient anymore. You saw it doing, like, the weird soft pats for the Zeebs. Thank you. I do appreciate the soft pats. How's it going, Jack? You doing good? So... Oh, shit! What's the code? Fuck. Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe it's on my room key? Is there a way for me to check my room key? No, there isn't. Alright, let's check the cocktail bar. There's gotta be... Let's see. You went to the hospital? What the fuck? What do you mean you went to the hospital? Flashbang and flare gun. Always good things. Ads are done. Nice. Silly room key. Yeah, the room key is just like 665. It didn't really do anything. So shotgun 19, Negroni 2050, Ocean View cocktail 2550. Maybe it's 2550? Like, it's either going to be 1900 or 2550. It's going to be one of those two. 1950 or 2550. Let's give 2550 a try first. So 25. Yep, okay. That did it. So the Ocean View cocktail gets us into the Ocean View Hotel. And since we got in from the back way, we shouldn't be being pushed out from the Ocean View Hotel. There we go. Oh, look, it's Thomas Zane. Thomas Zane, as I've learned from like the previous game, is something of a diving enthusiast. So, honestly, the visit was summed up as, bro, this was really mild and it hasn't come back since your visit, so nothing to do here. Good that you're well now, though, Lamau. Oh, so something bad happened, but by the time you got to the hospital, it was like, oh, but
The room was empty except.
hopefully you're, you know,
Names.
still doing
Was
all
the
right.
film a message waiting to be played?
All right, let's see what this film is. Oh. That's me! Or, well, that's Alan Wake. Where is it? Where is it, Mr. Scratch? Let's see. Who is this? Yes, that's us, 665. We were given that room key. He apologized that I have to pay for the consultation fee. Oh, so he felt sorry, but not sorry enough to not have you pay it. Would be nice. I mean, that would be a base doctor that would just sort of be like, I've done fuck all. Why would you pay me? What? That would be such a base doctor if there was. A real Gregory House sort of thing. Why is there a half-naked man in Alan's bed?
In this temple of shadow and mist, there's a
Zane?
window in the floor and a door in the ceiling. There's no knowing, am I standing still, or running, or kneeling?
Why does he kind of looks like Alan, but like in a 70s style?
Calling me.
Indeed. I'm Tom Zane. Welcome to the House of Zane.
The poet. The diver. You look like me. How the
Or
hell?
maybe you look like me.
Oh, okay, so they do call upon that.
The diver was a beloved character I played in one of my films. I'm a filmmaker, a celebrated auteur.
I need answers. Why is return so important? What?
Alan, you always get worked up like this. Come on, I'll fix you a drink. You and me, Alan. We're in this together. Two artists collaborating, remember? Crafting the keys to our escape. Your magnum opus, Return, and its companion piece, my film. Sharing our life-altering visions, a melding of higher minds.
Uh-huh.
Dreaming up our transcendental work of art. Here, in this room, in this room, in this room.
Yeah, Thomas Zane definitely feels like some trippy 70s film auteur.
I need the clicker. It's returned, because we returned.
I kind of figured that, Alan. Film auteur of the 70s, being absolutely pissed drunk and high.
That is how the magic.
A writer from the 2000s being depressive and aggressive.
Bullshit. Alice is in danger. I need another murder site to go further. Back to Parliament Tower.
Scratch is... Your wife is safe, back in the real New York. But Scratch is reaching for her through an overlap. Return is the key to escaping the dark place. You need to get it before that freak does. There's a murder site here in the hotel. Let the waves of your mind carry you there.
Hello?
Oh, Jesse Faden from the Central Bureau of Control.
If anyone asks, you were never here.
Jesse Faden. God damn it.
Thomas Zane had ended our talk in what felt like a paranoid...
But yeah, so wait, what did you write? Alan is so confusing and concerning, Lamau. Yeah, this more so than the first one. Between the first game and the second game is a major quality difference. First is like an unfinished Naughty Dog game, and the second is like playing an interactive HBO movie. Yeah, just a little bit. Omega B fatty acids are good for your heart. Noted. I don't know if I need any more Omega B fatty acids. But yeah, that was Jesse there. But here's the interesting thing. The doc was there as well. But I'm pretty sure the doc that, like, I'm trying to remember the name of the doc, because that's technically, that actor there is technically the VA for Alan Wake, and they have like an entirely different person who is the body double for Alan Wake. So, like, hang on a second. Let me get Opera GX running, just so I can get the right information from the Federal Bureau of Control. Because there was a dude, like, and he was like the guy in like the videotapes telling us about the words of power and all that kind of nonsense. What was his name again? So, Control, or Central Bureau of Control members. Dr. Casper, is that? Darling. Thank you. So, also, what in the shit? From 1995 to 2019, observing all the altered events and all that kind of nonsense. So, in the events of, he was in the he did like, he was doing the Hedron like container thingy-madiggy. But I was fairly certain. So Trent has been exposed to residents in Slipscape 36, that of the Hiss, the very violent, hostile residents which Darling feared would invade the Bureau. Trench, oppositely to Darling, believed that Hedron was the real threat and that had corrupted Tarlig and everyone else swearing at HRA, intending to take over the Bureau. In order to stop this perceived threat, Trench used one of the burned slides from Ordinary to open a doorway for the Hiss with the slide projector. The Hiss subsequently invaded and corrupted most of the Bureau, with the exception of those wearing HRAs. Thus, Darling's work effectively saved the entire Bureau and possibly humanity from the Hiss. Darling's fate during the Hiss invasion is unknown. He does not physically appear in Control and is instead encountered via his videotapes. According to Darling, Hedron, and by extension Polaris, relayed to him a final message. Something wonderful. Just before the invasion commenced, after protecting Hedron's chamber with a large-scale HRA, Darling locked himself inside of the chamber with the entity preparing himself to be blown away. Darling alluded to going on a journey and being made to understand. Darling is not heard from again, except in a hotline message relayed to Jesse Faden in her Hiss-induced dream. He is implied to have entered an entirely different plane of existence altogether. Okay, cool. Cool. So I thought he was dead. I thought because of all of the, look, Jack, I'm sorry, but these are a lot of names for me to keep up with. I barely remember many other people's names. It's a wonder I remember your name. If it wasn't for the fact that it's written right there, it's scrolled up. It's a wonder if it wasn't just written right there in your username. If it wasn't written there, I would probably positively forget about you. Also, apologies for the noisiness while you read, but was there like a Texas Fur Fiesta Google sheet I saw? Like a text? Yes, there was. So I am trying to figure out a way to go to the Texas Fur Fiesta. Hi there, Velk. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to find a way to get to the Texas Fur Fiesta. It goes off in Dallas. It goes off in March of 2026. I barely have the funds right now to pay off the hotel and the trip and, like, you know, the plane and yada, yada, yada. So anytime I'm getting paid from work, I basically have to pay all my bills and I have to put some money to the side so then that way I can afford to get to Texas and what have you. I would like to be able to go there in, like, rather than go there in, like, oh, abject poverty where it's like, I've made it to Texas, and then, you know, I get to the hotel and I'm like, I am sucking on sugar cubes and ice and the complimentary coffee as, like, my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I want to be able to go to Texas and be like, right, let's get drunk. Let's go to Whataburger while we are drunk because there isn't anything better to say. Hi there, Jack.
Hello.
Hello. I am bad with names, okay? But I remember Jessie. I remember the red-haired lady. I remember Jessie.
I mean, she's the main character of Control. You can't really forget her if you played the game that long.
I've played the game. I finished it. I streamed it and everything. It was very fun.
But it has been a really long time.
It had been a while. And, like, there's just... Yeah. I can remember the faces. So when I saw Dr. Casper, I was like, hang on a second. Because, like, you know... My media literacy is maybe not that strong as I would like to think, but I thought he was dead. I thought all the videotapes...
I mean, it was never implied on what happened to him. It's just he disappeared and no one knew in general what happened to him. So it's easier to assume that he's dead.
Yeah. But because of this, because I would assume that Alan Wake 2 takes place after the events of Control. So... That's my first assumption there. And it's like, it's cool to see that Jesse Faden is, you know, still tied to it. Like, I love the universe that we got. And I love just how, like, apparent the Bureau of Control is involved in the Alan Wake 2 game. Like, it feels very much like a, like, I'm gonna raise this, but, like, I know that when everyone looks to, like, oh, multiple medias in a shared universe kind of thing, everyone's, like, looking to something like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is, like, sure, that's, like, the biggest one there. But, like, a better one to look at would be something like the TV show 911, where, believe it or not, 911, like, has like, you have a fire department spin-offs TV series from the 911 universe and all this kind of nonsense as well. Like, you got, like, little things here. Because, like, I'm playing through this game. I've not watched the TV series, but I feel like this is somehow an episode of Twin Peaks mixed with X-Files.
My dumbass just wants more Control. I really like Control.
Have you thought about FBC Firebreak?
I was looking into it, but at the same time, it's another game that it would be best played with friends.
Yes, the classic.
And I don't have friends to play this game with.
You don't have friends with free time. Because while me
I
and
have
Blue...
friends to play this... No, just straight up, I don't have friends to play this with, which is just awful. I did have another group of friends that I was asking if they would be willing, but they were like, nah, not really. But I know that they do play, like, Hunt Showdown, and I used to play GTFO with them. The problem is, it's always time zone. They're in the European time zone, which means I have to get up, like, extra early in the morning just to play games with them.
Yeah, that's...
Or stay up really late. So, yeah, that time zone, it's not working out for me.
Yeah, that's not too great. Honestly, I struggle with the same thing, because, like, I'm very fortunate to have friends like you and Blue where you're in relatively the same sort of time zone. You're like, what, 2 hours behind me?
I mean, the time difference isn't that massive compared to my friends in
Europe,
the States.
Yeah.
Or Euro, yeah.
Yeah, you're at least in the positive Greenwich Mean Time, where it's like, oh, if I look outside and it's sunny, I can imagine that you're looking at the same sun too.
Yeah.
Just don't look directly into the same sun as me, because then we go blind and then we wouldn't know.
My eyes.
I'm just thinking of fucking, like, Scooby-Doo, like, high as a kite, just being like, Zoinks, you ever think we look at the same moon when I look at the moon? And you look at the moon.
You did touch on, well, like when you played Control. Do you remember if you played the DLCs and stuff as well?
Nope.
No.
I didn't have the DLCs at the time. I didn't go through the DLCs.
Oh my god. No, because there is one DLC that is talking about Bright Falls.
Oh yeah.
It's actually worth it to play it.
Fair enough. I think it was talked about in... Because here's one of the things, is... There's a YouTuber that I love watching named Bricky. And, like, I love Bricky's content. Like, he got his start on League of Legends. I wasn't watching him for that. But then he had, like, a pop-off outside of League of Legends when he did, like, a little, you know, like a shitty explanation of, like, the different Warhammer factions and such. From 40K, and then he does, like, different video game reviews about, like, you know, niche games and what have you. And then for whatever reason, he went through, like, Remedy's art, like, collection of games. So he started with Alan Wake. He went into, like, you know, Alan Wake, American Nightmare, Control, and such. And I just have, in the back of my head, the fucking soundbite of him just going, "Sam Lake, you hack." So good.
Wow.
So yeah, and like it's a pretty cool, like, you know, series of videos to watch. And he has already done the Alan Wake 2 video, but I've kept myself away from watching Alan Wake 2 until I'm done with, you know, obviously Alan Wake 2. I'm just impressed. This game has been out for like 2+ years, and I have not been spoilt on it. Like, there's not been, like, an accidental meme shown of, like, you know, spoilerific content of Alan Wake 2. The most you get is the music number Champion of Light, because of the game show and what have you, and let's be real, that doesn't really explain much about the game, or, like, hints at some, you know, cool twist at the end that you wouldn't have seen otherwise if it wasn't for the thing. And then the second one is how do you deal with the darkness? And then it, like, has Steven Universe being like, oh, if you talk to and it's like has a paragraph long explanation, and then it shows Alan Wake screaming, showing how he deals with the darkness, and it's just a screaming face of him, and then the two emojis, flashlight and gun. Let me get you the meme. So Noah Guy right now is going through... Control is confusing, but you're trying it for the first time after getting through Alan Wake 1. It will play completely different from Alan Wake 1, but I hope you have fun with Control. It is honestly mechanically fun.
I love that world of Control. It's just think of it like SCP Foundation, except you are just in the facility that houses all these shit. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, here it is. It wasn't
so much
Steven
it's
Universe.
Just so
it
much
was Sora.
random.
It was Sora. Here we go, chat. Darkness is threatening the world. Sora from Kingdom Hearts has a paragraph-long dissertation. Alan Wake, flashlight and gun. I'm gonna post that in the Discord.
Fucking love that.
I'm gonna put that in the Discord. Give me a second, chat. Hi there, Code.
I would say if you do touch on Control, I don't know if you will go back to it for like the 2 expansions, but I have to say the WAE expansion is actually pretty good. Ironically, it's the only expansion I just told people, when you go into that sector, just kill any vending machines that you see, and they're like very confused of why I would say that.
But yeah, I wonder, like, do they have anyone else? It's like Sora, Destiny. But yeah, it's just such a it's such a good meme. So it's just so great. Any whoosies. Also, hi there, Code. Also, Code, thank you so much for the gifted game. I do appreciate it. I'll need to find time to play it. Alright, close that thingamadiggy there. Alright.
Kept me awake at night. The word through the ether. A murder in the backdrop of a
I only had the luck with God of War 2018, not so much with Ragnarok, since my YouTube and Instagram feed at the time got invaded with it right away. Yeah. There is, like...
I could
hang on.
sense the cult of the word and their leader, Mr. Scratch.
Thank you.
Rumored to be Alan Wake.
Control reminds me. Oh my God! That is a blast of the someone making a. Did someone made a mention? It's scrolled up now. Oh wait, no, it isn't. It's up there. Hang on a second. Someone stop typing. Someone made a reference to Warehouse 13. Oh my goodness. Also, fun fact.
It's gone.
Mark Shepard, he just pops up in all of the cool, like, you know, sci-fis and fantasies. And, like, you know, you're watching Supernatural. There he is. You're watching Warehouse 13. There he is. You think you're free from him when you go and watch a DC IP called whatsamahoozies? The Doom Patrol. He's there. You decide to go back in time and watch Firefly. He's there. You decide to do a deep cut and go through X-Files. There's no way Mark Shepard would pop up in X-Files. He's there for an episode as a pyromaniac. You cannot run away from Mark Shepard somehow. He's every fucking where. Mark Shepard as bootleg Constantine in Doom Patrol. Yeah, ignoring the fact of, like, you know, the whole bootleg Mark Shepard, the bootleg Constantine thing. The fact of the matter is, he's fucking everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I would start at the entrance lobby.
Also, I should probably grabbing pills.
What are you grabbing pills for, man?
To heal up. You never know.
The entrance hall set the mood, where everyone had come in. The victim, the murderer, the detective.
All right.
The plot board was empty again. I needed a new draft, back at the beginning.
Zane said there was another murder site hidden in the hotel. Cool. All right, so we just need to be on the other side. Can we open this door? Okay, so that's how we can get, quote-unquote, back outside. And then... Oh, hello. Thank you for the map. So, yeah, I have no idea Mark Shepard was the young pyrokinetic in X-Files. That is amazing to know. Yeah, like, hopefully I'm not doing a misinformation thing. I need to be careful of that. I've done that by accident. Like, I need someone like Izzy the Fat Cat to be in my chat hitting me with the all caps of, Grant, no, you're absolutely wrong. Hang on a second.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you this shit.
Mark Shepard, X-Files. Like, I'm pretty sure he's in X-Files. Yeah! This fucker! Seely Lively. Okay, cool. So I wasn't imagining it. It's a British national. Yes, pyrokinetic. Yeah, I was fucking right. I was right. He's made an appearance in Fire in, like, the first season. Unleashes his destructive power, longing for zero, well, recovering from serious burns. Oh my goodness, I was right. Okay, cool. I didn't make that shit up. Mark Shepard was in X-Files. I recognize that bastard. Anyway, but yeah, look at this. He's like in Supernatural. Apparently he's something in Jules Verne. He's in Firefly. He's in Doom Patrol. Oh yeah, he was in White Collar as I think the Dutchman or something like that in the first season, like first episode. If you have not seen White Collar, chat, it's a pretty good show. Basically, White Collar is just the TV show sequel to Catch Me If You Can. It's fantastic. Good show. I highly recommend it.
I watch TV, man.
Well, don't watch new TV. Watch old TV. And yes, I consider White Collar old TV, despite the fact it came out in 2010s. So, Izzy is helpful with some pop culture facts. Izzy is helpful because Izzy keeps me in check. I have already, like, because of, like, you know, at least 10 people watching me in these streams and such, I have gotten too big for my britches and have started, like, just giving misinformation, thinking that my brain was enough of an archive and telling you things that were just completely false, and I thought they were absolutely true. I would be an absolute terrible librarian or, you know, talk show host. Just telling you terrible things, such as, oh yes, you can absolutely clean your PC with bleach one day.
Oh my god.
For legal reasons, that was a joke. Burn Notice was my favorite show. Burn Notice was a good one as well.
You were the
USA, the television show, like the television channel USA was good. You got Suits, you got White Collar, you got Burn Notice, you got Warehouse 13. You got, actually no, Warehouse 13 came from Sci-Fi. Never mind.
You're gonna have to walk me through what that means.
Immersive theater. A play where the audience can participate, spread across this hotel. The Cult is a legend.
Right.
The only written copy of the manuscript lost, the play is passed on as oral tradition between theater companies. Each company only performs it once. The play was said to have special power.
Cool. I'm not listening to all of that. Let's get the pre-show going.
So, you were the director of this play?
Yeah, that's me. Our performance of The Cult was cursed from the pre-show ritual on. The Cult is an immersive theatrical experience.
Yep, don't care.
You're gonna have to walk.
Anyway, you were saying, Jack?
Well, I was saying something?
I thought you were. Were you not?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't watch TV shows, man.
No, that's...
I should probably change that.
I feel like a lot of my moderators don't, and I should really, you know, get Blue to, you know, do those. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, fuck you.
I mean,
off.
I used to watch a bunch of TV shows and stuff. It's just not really a thing that I can keep up with nowadays.
Look, you know, it's tough keeping up with things. I understand that. I think it's why, like, you know, I don't get into any of the friend slot games or, you know, playing every single indie or game from the Game Pass, because, you know, I got a full-time job. Like, I got shit I gotta do for, like, most other times of the day. I don't get to be the fun streamer that gets to, like, half-ass it at work and pick up new video games every week. Like, I've only just caught up with King of the Hill, and I've not yet watched new episodes of the newest season 14 because I want to watch that with Velk. What's really funny about it, like, most Australians wouldn't consider themselves, like, a conservative in the eyes of, like, an American conservative. But when you're watching King of the Hill, which is, like, King of the Hill is definitely a TV show that's like, oh, like, a conservative interpretation of the United States. It's good. Like, it's not preachy of, like, conservative values, and it's not trying to be, like, anti-woke or anything like that. And it's also not trying to give woke, like, you know, a platform. And it's just so fun watching it with Vel, because there are moments where, like, you know, Hank Hill is just being old bitter, and Velk is just like, oh god, I had that opinion too, and he's just having this opinion now.
The room at the end of the corridor was closed off. It felt significant. Something terrible would happen there.
So, alright, can I open these doors? Oh, okay, so I need keys to some of these other doors. All right.
I couldn't get in. I was missing something.
Yeah, keys, my man.
Keys.
Keys.
The troop were busy building their own Wicker Man.
Move these props to room 225 for later to use in the ballroom play.
The prop room had been changed from room 104 to room 225.
There we go. Fuck you. I got into the door before you can get to me. Alrighty. Ding. Done. Finding time for good TV shows and video games is hard. Yeah. I think TV shows are the easy, like older TV shows as well, is the easier one to get into for like, you know, when you're limited on time than new TV shows. Because like I know Netflix has Netflix, like some people have noted that Netflix producers have started doing this kind of thing with some of the TV shows that are coming in now, where they know that they're sort of a second screen watching in a way. So like earlier Netflix stuff like House of Cards and what have you very much were a no center focus and all that kind of such, and like the first season of Squid Games. But now later TV shows, you know, Netflix sloppy TV shows, they know their second screen viewing. So sometimes like a lot of their scripting has been told needs to sort of like double intent. So it's like, oh, like someone has to say what a character was doing afterwards or what they're doing presently. So then that way, if you miss the visual cue that was going off, you hear it from like one of the characters outside of the scene or after the scene, turn your attention to it. So then that way you're like clued in to like, oh, this is the important part to watch. But older TV shows like White Collar, Burn Notice and such, they don't have too much of that. But what they do have is the fact that, you know, because they're, you know, made first for syndication rather than, you know, binge watching, a lot of episodes can be, they're not set up like this on the episode basis, but they're set up for this sake in like the arc, like of the season and what have you, which is like some episodes will just reiterate like, oh, this is the big goal that we're trying to deal with, but it's never mentioned more than once in the one episode. So like, even if you're like disconnected, like in focus for like 2 or 3 episodes in the season, you're not really lost as to where they are in the season and where they need to go next. And then when you get to the season finale, then you're like actually, you know, focusing on the season finale because it's the season finale. It's usually like an hour-long special if you're lucky. What the shit? I don't remember the room being that big. That's where watching adult cartoons and anime while traveling is a fun time most of the time. Yeah, can be. Giving an authentic view of a lot of culture of a country, family in the Midwest of the U.S., and does some fun with Hank's liberal aspects on some moral outlooks. Yeah. TV shows in the early 2010s and back at least have so much rewatchability that it makes watching newer shows harder unless it's animated. I think it's just simply I feel like there is definitely a difference between TV shows that were made for streaming, where it's like, you know, sort of back to back to back kind of episodes where they almost like feel like a little bit of an overextension, as opposed to episodes that were made for syndication, where it's like, you know, TV shows where like, unless you were clued into the show, you like some of the episodes had to be self-contained enough that it didn't matter if you missed the episode prior. And there's like streaming shows that if they do that, it feels very off. It feels very, you know, One Piece reiteration nonsense. And so yeah. Also, what room was it? 225.
My story. I ain't the words. Come on. These are my words. Get out of my... The darkness is coming.
Ow.
Stop! You don't have a clue.
Thank goodness I saved earlier. Oh, so hi there, Raytheon. I need a drink. You was 1 win away from Diamond 5 and you lost twice. Oh no.
Oh no.
That's look, doing ranked like, you know, promotion matches is stressful. The competitive games that I have played in the past were League of Legends, Magic the Gathering, Call of Duty, Halo. Like Halo Infinite, I should probably add. Like, there's not been that many, like... Oh, Overwatch, that's another one. There isn't that many, like, competitive games that I have played, or ones that are, you know, directed towards, like, competitive, Yeah, get fucked. You weren't expecting me to do that. Oh, fuck you. How many of you are in there? Can you, like... Okay, cool. So they're dead. Although, don't turn off my flashlight. I need that. There we go.
You don't need this light.
I absolutely do. Also, I need to,
No, you don't need it.
what am I gonna heal with? Oh, I could have used a flashbang. Shit. Alright, quick slot you into 4. Quick slot you into 4 as the emergency. Quick slot you into 3. Actually, no, let's quick slot you into 2. Or 1, sorry. Grabbing pills. Yeah, nose. You were talking about ranking up. Yeah, so, like, I've played enough of them to, to understand, like, it is a relatively stressful, stressful thing to do, but what's more is, like, it is just not a headspace I want to be in. Like, in competitive games, I was much shorter temper. I was very quick to temper. Grab these. Grab the pills.
I don't miss playing League.
Yeah, no, I don't miss it either. I've already spent my $300 in a free game. I don't need to revisit that mistake. Ooh, flashbangs. Ah, my inventory is full. All right, I'm gonna have to put some stuff away. All right. Why does Alan have so little pockets? You're wearing a jacket with pockets, like I understand you're not like an FBI agent, supercharged and such, but you'd think you'd have like enough.
I mean, is he wearing a fanny pack? Is he wearing a backpack? What?
He actually does. He has a satchel right there. See?
Fucking can't see it. Oh, there it is. Come on, man, that bag is huge. What the fuck?
Yeah, hang on a sec. Let me.
I can see on stream. Hello, I don't need to watch you on.
You need to have like a more live thingy-majiggy, you know, just in case.
No, I don't need it. I don't need it.
You don't need it.
I don't need it.
I just need to figure out like, can I like punch this? No. Does it tell like there's arrows here that aren't because of the light, but why you gotta be spooky, darkness? Can't you just like fuck off and let bygones be bygones?
No.
You had such a juvenile. No.
No.
Eat your vegetables.
No. No.
You gotta have something other than oranges, Jack.
Well, I bought apples this time. What's the problem?
You couldn't let me do a comedy thing.
No.
Chat.
No.
If you ever want to see like an actual like bird Sona, it's Jack. They eat nothing but apples and oranges.
Leave my apples and oranges alone, okay? They're good apples and oranges.
They're good. Like, I personally like apples. I usually go for, like, pink ladies or something sweet.
Ugh.
Excuse me?
That's my first reaction is ugh.
Ugh. Apples that
Hell
taste
no.
sweet. Ugh, natural sugars.
No, it's fucking... Ugh.
Reserved for rehearsals. No.
It could not be opened on the side.
Where can I go? So 206 and 202 can't be opened by my means. 209 requires a key. Why do I hear Ati?
He's
Ati!
my favorite Finnish man.
My boy!
Swedish man?
Be the stage of a
Finnish man? Swedish man? I don't
Finnish.
fucking know.
I think he's Finnish.
My favorite janitor, where is he?
Ooh, actually, we got a new plot board. Alright, pre-show ritual. Let's have a look. Oh, so we can't be up here when the pre-show thingamadiddy did its thing. Wait, can I? Nah. I thought for a second it was gonna let me, like, run through these chairs, but I guess not.
The cult in the play was called the Cult of the Trade.
Hey! Reference.
Masks. They were the backwoods echo of the cult of the words urban horror.
Alright, so rehearsal from 219 was moved to 202. And then rehearsal... Yeah, okay, so... Remember to hit your mark. So pre-show, ritual, and... It was on the Thursday, so they did rehearsal then. Then Wednesday they did rehearsal again. And then Thursday they had a pre-show ritual, and then a couple hours later the premiere. Now the question is, where the fuck are the keys? The cult. The culty cult. Yeah, so we start at 219. 15, 16, 17, 16, 18. So 219 should be here. There we go. Oh. You're off to bed? Not to worry, Night Sky. Thank you so much.
Good nighty night.
Yeah. Honestly, so thankful for Night Sky. Anytime I post something, there's a good chance I'll hear an ooh-woo from them, and I really appreciate the efforts.
Ooh-woo.
Someone tried to do a clip, try to post a clip, and then there's like just no information available. So sorry. All right.
God damn.
And then we get into 202.
This is where they gathered before the play. This is where it began.
Okay. So yeah, it's probably because of like the weird hyphen thing.
Another idea.
Ooh, hello. Here.
Why?
Jack may not like pink ladies.
In a hotel.
Yeah.
Why this?
How disrespectful.
Because the rent is cheap?
Hey, leave me alone.
No,
What in your opinion then is a good apple? Because there's a lot of different apples out there.
Dark
I've been
stories about
personally, I do like envy apples, but they are very expensive to buy. I do like Soluna envy apples.
unspeakable ritual to summon something.
Never heard of them before.
It's like one of the more expensive apples I could buy daily. By the way, Soluna apples are also one of my favorites because they're just really cool. Bravo apples are probably the darkest apples I've ever seen in my life. They're almost black, but they're really cool. They're really nice to eat too.
I've never heard
Good
of
crunch.
these apples. Like I've heard of Fuji and Granny Smiths. Like I've heard of those. I've not heard of Envy before. All right, do we have like a different scene we can now use in the? Oh, okay. So we can now
Envy
use
apple.
Haunted. Interesting.
It comes from New Zealand.
Wait, the Fiji apple comes from New Zealand or the?
No, the Envy apple.
Oh, okay. All right, let's go Haunted.
It's a mix of Braeburn and Royal Gala apples.
Okay.
I've never seen Honeycrisps here. I've never seen Granny Smiths here either.
Granny Smith's is very tarty and sour.
I mean, it's also green. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't like green apples.
Alright, so we got that for rehearsal. And then... let's see, where else can we go for... Oh, another... Dr. Casey! Oh. Casper. He's gone.
Hi, Casper.
He was just there for a minute doing something. So clearly we were able to find him again after the events of Control. I wonder, like, how are they gonna, like, deal with the fact... because
I needed to find the key.
the VA and the motion actor for Dr. Casper Darling is the same VA as Alan Wake. Not the body of Alan Wake, but the VA at least. So we need to find the...
I just find it really funny. I remember when I found out about that, I was just like, oh, I see, Alan Wake is here in spirit.
He's always around. Ooh. Okay, so we found 101. Alright, I'm gonna put the trauma thingy-majiggy in there. Alright, cool, so I can
I used to like Fuji apples, but recently they've not been, like, sweet, and they've turned softer. Which, I like an apple with a good crunch. Kinda sad, I don't know. I like that crunchy life.
The stage looks exactly like the inside of our, writer's
I
room.
recognized my writer's room on the stage. I almost dreaded the ideas this would conjure up.
What was the nice set you got here?
Nice.
Red Delicious apples, are you
those,
kidding me?
No, those, Red Delicious I feel like is too much.
It's where the devil rewrites reality whilst God is asleep. The devil was our star role. I got a big-time celebrity to play.
Gosh, the temptation. Actually, you know what? We'll put that down as an idea in the future. We get like one of each apple and do like a review of apples.
And who was this
Apple
mystery
review.
celebrity? Let me guess. Alan Wake?
I know pink ladies have been in the market lately, but I don't like
Whoever
pink
he
ladies.
really was, shit got weird.
I know that there is a type of apple I genuinely hate because it was such a hard bite. It was awful to bite through.
Born to play the role.
The only Apple product review I will listen to.
we'll just have like the same, like, you know, the Apple like music video, like music thingy-majiggy in the background, and it'll just be like, hear it, and it'll just have like that corporate, like, you know, chime noises in the background of like, here at GrantZeebs, we take our rankings very seriously. Oh, what the fuck?
I like apples, that's why they call me Applejack.
Fuck you.
Who's that lurking in the darkness?
Oh. Fuck you.
Why are you there skulking in the darkness?
Ah! Okay, so there's a lot of... You doing an Apple review is so horse-coded, Grant. Alright, clearly I need to make this a goal. Hang on a second. Let's make this a goal. Let's see. I'm currently sitting on like 16 subs. 50 subs, and actually no. So we'll keep that as the normal goal, but we'll do a hang on. Set up goal alerts? No. I'll figure it out. Actually, hang on. Ding. 50 subs, and we'll do Apple review on stream. Or Apple, like Apple, not Apple review, but Apple ranking / review stream. Start goal. Here we go. Let's go with that. So if I can get 50 subs as an 100 subs as IRL Apple taste test. I was just gonna be like, no, 50. I feel like 50 subs is enough to get, like, you know, the payout out in November for what we like to buy apples and what have you. Like that should be enough, shouldn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah. Hang on a sec. Now I need to do the what's Mahoozy thing of studio mode. Full screen elements. So we got Tiltify, we got the pulse thing down there. Full screen effects. Where's the one for core overlays? Cool. So there's the core overlays there, and then string together. Twitch goals. Here we go. Properties. Oh, okay. So the goals thingamadiggy is there. All right. Cool. All right. So I just.
How funny would it be? It would be like 100 subs for RRL Apple taste test, and we're just eating iPods.
iPods.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
like I'm fine doing it at 50. Like I don't need to go like really high. I don't think the viewers that I have right now would put 100 gifted, would get us up to 100 gifted subs to do an IRL Apple review. Like
just eat Apple.
Sub goals. All right.
Actual Apple products, and everybody would just be like, "Why?" And we're like, "Why not?"
Yeah. All right. Hang on. Let me just look.
Who's stopping us? I don't know.
Let me look up timed actions, and we're gonna go with. Do I have one for? No, I don't. All right, let's create a trigger.
Girly, if money was abundant, I would.
If money was abundance, I would. Thank you, Noah guy. I appreciate it. All right, so how many? So 60 seconds in a minute. How often do we want to make a mention about the sub goals thing? 30 minutes, so that's 36 minutes, 3,600 seconds. Yeah, I think that's 3,600.
I know, it's your stream.
And then at least 2 lines. I'm just gonna go. So wait, hang on a sec. 3,600 divided by 60 equals 60. Okay, so half of that. So 1,800. 1,800 divided by 60 seconds equals 30 minutes. There we go. So yeah, so every 30 minutes there will be like a little thingy-majiggy for me to go, boom. And then I just need to change the, if you would like to if you wish to support,
You'd like us to review apples, please.
if you like to see a stream of Grant IRL reviewing apples, yes, apples. Yes, the fruit. Then contribute to the sub goal. There we go. All right, and then yeah, so 10 to 15 seconds to make it visible and then make it invisible again. All the needed giggles. All right, let me find the let me just get to Apple Music. Let me just get to the YouTube Music and type in Apple corporate music. Let me just have a look. What's like? There's going to be like there's going to be a corporate Apple noise. Just give me a second, okay? No, not this.
God, make it sound like we're reviewing Apple products, but in the end, we're just eating apples.
Okay, I found it. All right. So I just need a copy. So share, copy this. I need to double check whether or not is Opera. So hang on, where's the game capture properties? So it won't listen to StreamerBot. It won't listen to. All right, but it will listen to. So it will listen to Opera GX. Give me a second, chat. This is so stupid, but hear me out. Hi there. Name's Grant. If you ever wondered where I would rank amazing apples such as Granny Smiths, Royal Galas, Pink Ladies, or Fuji's, help us reach our sub goal of 50 subs. No, fuck, I fucked it up. Damn it. Shit. Let's do this again. What's the script, Jack?
Yeah, I don't know.
God damn.
It's your stream, man. I'm just here for the ride.
All right. I see the vision, I believe. Hi there. My name is GrantZeebs. I am a variety VTuber. Have you ever wondered what I would rank as delicious across all of the different apples? I'm not talking about the iPhone or the iPad. I'm talking about Pink Lady, Granny Smiths, Red Delicious, Fuji. Yes, even Fuji. Then how about contributing to our sub goal? If we reach approximately 50 subs, then I, GrantZeebs, will do a review IRL of the different apples that are available from my local grocery store. There we go.
Oh my god.
Yay.
Yes!
Yes, queen. Alright, so, sub goal. Goals, sub. Alright, hang on. Why didn't that command work? Commands, hang on a second. I now need to find the sub goal command. So then that way it can like do the thingy-majiggy. There we go. Enable that. So, sub goals, sub goal, goals, subs, sub. Yeah, no, that should be fine. Dink. Alright. Moving on. Actually, no, I don't need those. I need a shotgun. And then we go from ballroom to haunted. That was the best thing you've seen all month. Thank you.
It's getting weird, alright. I almost dreaded the ideas this would conjure up. I recognized my writers when I
Nice set you got here. What was the scene in this room?
Well, this is what we call the writer's room. In the play, it's where the devil rewrites reality whilst God is asleep. The devil was our star role. I got a big-time celebrity to play him, and he was method acting the role to perfection. He never broke character, always wore the cult mask. His name was scratched out on the posters.
And who was this mystery celebrity? Let me guess. Alan Wake?
I wish I could tell you, but turns out there were masks upon masks. Whoever he really was, shit got weird when he was around. Some of the crew joked that we'd actually hired the devil to play himself.
Mr. Scratch as the devil. He was born to play the role.
I had to agree with Casey on that.
Alan Wake, you're in my story. I don't want
Reload you real quick. Fuck you. There we go. That was the best thing you've seen all month. Nice, thank you. If you would like to contribute to Subgoal, you are more than welcome to. Hang on, will this work this time? No, because I spelt it wrong is why. This is how you spell it. There we go.
Hey.
Nice. Got it working.
Yeah.
Seriously? This guy. Oh, actually, hang on a second. So wait, so I got the 101 key, 104. Alright, so let's find 101. So we're at 209. So 202 was where... So that's where the rehearsal room was, and we have a new... So we can go to the devil. Alright, so this is more... So this is much closer to the murders and what have you. The Moida.
The Moida.
Moida. Oh, it's this room again. What am I thinking? God damn, I went from like 20 shotgun shells to like 13 or 10. Alright. Is this... Final stage, devil.
Changing a plot element in a scene without me.
Oh, ballroom.
But I had to keep going.
Okay, so all of these guys are just shadows of myself.
My writing. This is Scratch mocking me.
In his room, he will hurt her. Oh. Hurt who? Who do you expect me to hurt? Nice. Words of stuff. Add 1 charge to Alan's website, expand Alan's inventory by 1 row. That is very tempting to go for, but then there's also tourist map. I'll leave that for... I'll figure out a more appropriate, like, thing another time for it. Who knows? There might be, like... Oh. So this place opens up now. Looks like a prep party went through here.
Probably what happened.
Yeah. And then this is 205. Hmm. So that was where the rehearsals were. And then... Word of War. Alright, let's have a look at Word of War. Increased damage dealt by the last bullet in the revolver chamber. Increased double power shotgun while hitting multiple enemies with one shot. Recover 15% of maximum health when landing a direct hit with the flare gun. Let's see how we go with... let's go with the full stop. Let's increase that one. Alright, so we got lobby, we got elevator, and ballroom. Let's go to the lobby. Oh, well, I can pick up all this now. I couldn't before, but now I can. Oh, okay, so that's the flare gun. All right, let me reload this. So now we have that in case of emergencies. Alright, so this takes us a floor down. So this is the... So we're in the final room. So if we go with the haunted... Okay. So we can't get to that door. Can't open that.
Alan, awake. Alan, awake. Oh, no.
There we go. So this is 101. Oh, television?
The visions I'm seeing from the world beyond this nightmare from home. They sink down to the bottom of this ocean. I catch them. Visions, echoes, big fish. Some are actual events, some are forgotten ideas. No, it's good. No, it will work. They're my inspiration, elements for my story to make it more true. Even the parts that are true. I must change reality to escape. The writing has to be just right, or else it'll all just wash away.
Alright. More crazy Alan Wake. Oh, flare gun ammo. Nice. And pills. Wait, seriously? Wait, hang on. So... Oh, so you can only hold like 3 slots of flare gun ammo. And then... Alright, and then what's in here? Batteries and bullets for the pistol. That's fine by me. So there's nothing else in here other than more flare gun ammo. That's fine.
Wait, I just want to say.
Oh, hello. Did we see this before? Yeah, we saw that before already. So... More flashlight. Oh! And then we can head back up to level 6, where the or where the, safe room is. Or, quote-unquote safe room. Yep, 6th floor. We were in... So 605 was where we were in previously. And... nothing else here other than back outside, so back to the lobby we go. Interesting that he presses up. Like, I understand he's probably just using the same animation that he's always used for, like, pressing a button and such, but it's interesting that, like, he's pressing it go up from the 6th floor of all things. Alright, entrance hall. Let's go for haunted.
So, you were the director of this...
No. So... doesn't do anything different. Let's try the devil.
Was I right? The devil's path up the staircase was draped.
So, you were the director of this play?
Yeah, that's me. Our performance of the cult was cursed.
Oh, they've changed the, quick save here. Oh yeah, I totally didn't panic then. Yeah, I'm so fine. That was all part of the plan.
You're so gamer.
I'm so certain. Oh my god! Spacing? Hello, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! You're bringing zebra cakes into the chat? Thank you so much for bringing the zebra cakes. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. It has been years since I've seen in Space Yeen. Welcome, welcome everyone. I hope you had a wonderful time over at Space Yeen's stream as they were playing through what looks to be Devour. Hopefully you had a wonderful time then. And welcome, welcome. I'm going through Alan Wake 2. It is fucking horrifying. I remember going through Alan Wake 1 in Control, where it wasn't really, like, scary. It was just more of a, ooh, the elements of the environment can be a little spoopy for me, but nothing, like, scary. Whereas this motherfucker here is having horrors beyond comprehension mixed in with jump scare. Welcome, everyone. If any of you, like, Space Union or anyone else is sort of, like, you know, reaching the end of their rope and are, like, needing to, like, disconnect, de-stream, and all that kind of nonsense, totally understandable. I will do my best to keep you entertained as I go through Alan Wake 2 with my buddy, Jack the Crow.
Hello.
Hello. So, yeah.
Welcome.
So, as Space Union said, it's been a hot minute. It's actually more of a space fox now. Oh, there's space fox now. I ruined the monetary. I didn't buy my figures for monetary. I did it because I'm mentally ill and I have $30,000 in credit card debt. You're gonna be doing some vibing and organizing stuff. Fair enough-sies. Best of luck with the vibing. I need to figure out, like, oh, actually, one of the things that I mentioned this, like, a little while ago before the raiders came in and all that kind of nonsense, but I have a silly idea. I have a silly idea that started because of a discussion of apples, because Jack eats nothing but apples and oranges, and Jack thought my choice of pink ladies as my favorite apples was ew. So what we'll be doing, if we reach 50 subs, we'll do a stream where we do an IRL review of apples from my local grocery store. We'll just try all the different apples and just crunch through them and see what they taste like.
Delicious.
Yep. That's what we be trying. Oh wait.
Just for you, I will actually get myself some pink lady just to remember because I'm pretty sure I had them before. I just don't remember what they were or what they tasted like. So
don't tell anyone the Space Fox secrets. I already have to deal with the. Why is the? God damn you! Why are you closed? Like just. It won't let me get to the. What's my hoozy? Darn you! All right. Any hoozies? Michael J. Caboose, and I hate taxes.
You mean Texas?
That too.
God damn.
So yeah, Wild Saber does this. Wild Saber has like no context to like what we been like what the discussion is and all that. They just start doing their own thing. Oh wait, I'm back onto level 2. Hang on, I need to go back to level 1. So yeah, thank you for the head pats, Kronos. I do appreciate it. You can picture the cashier ringing up the cart full of apples and staring at Grant. It's gonna be, I'm not gonna get like a dozen, like I'm not gonna get half a dozen apples of each kind. I'm gonna get one apple of each kind, okay? And I'm probably gonna go through self-checkout.
Grant, but what if there's a deal that says if you buy 3 apples, you get it at a discounted price? Come on.
Then I'll just do the modern Robin Hood method and be like, ah, yes, you see, this isn't a PlayStation 5. This here is a kilogram of carrots.
A kilogram of carrots.
Yeah, that's what. I dare you to somehow buy a black diamond apple. It's the most expensive and sweetest apple in the world. If it's not at my local grocery store, probably not gonna get it. What's more, that is definitely not 50 subs worth, okay? If you want me eating expensive, it means nothing monetary high-valued shit like golden flecks on a burger or black diamond apples or, you know, aerogel ketchup, you know what you need to do? You're gonna need to fork over way more cash. Also, Azure Star Dragon, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Is your name somehow related to like the Azure Star Dragon from the Monster Hunter world? I don't know why. I feel like it's relevant.
Azure Star Dragon.
There's like an Azure Star, like you're called the Azure Star in Monster Hunter or something like that in the Monster Hunter world.
Sapphire Star.
Oh, Sapphire Star. What am I thinking is Azure Star? Look up a picture of a black diamond apple. Oh my god.
It looks so cool and I want to eat one.
Alright, hang on. Black diamond apple.
Yeah.
It looks infected.
Don't say that.
Like, look at it.
Don't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is a rare variety from the family of the Huanyu apple that is cultivated in Tibetan region of Ningxi. Despite what the name suggests, the apple is a purple hue with white pulps on the inside. Its unique color is due to the region's high altitude of over 3,500 meters. The temperature fluctuates wildly between day and night, with the apple being exposed to a lot of ultraviolet light, which is conducive to the dark skin. Belonging to the high-end segment of the market, the average black diamond apple is sold in high-end supermarkets and costs about $7.75. Many farmers are reluctant to grow the fruit, since black diamond apple trees can take up to 8 years to reach maturity, and because the growing season is short, only about 2 months. Who the hell would buy that? Rich people.
Me, my dumbass would buy it just to try it.
Your dumbass eats nothing but apples and oranges. You would eat the most expensive orange if you could, wouldn't you?
What is the most expensive orange? Don't tell me Valencia oranges, man. I'm gonna... What is the most expensive orange?
Start looking it up. Start looking up most expensive orange, and don't tell Jack. Also, hi there, Eric Cap. Welcome to the stream.
Benny Madonna or Jelly Orange? What the hell?
So yeah, the math problem guy. I think you're thinking of an Azure Rathalos. Oh, it could be. Could be thinking of the Azure Rathalos. But I feel like the Azure Dragon, like, oh no! Estidian! The Azure Dragoon. That's what I'm thinking of.
Estidian!
Estidian! Here's the Azure Dragoon. So yeah, hi, welcome everyone.
No, hell no, it's not the blood orange. You could buy blood oranges anywhere.
Why
It's
shouldn't
not
you
the
be
blood
here,
orange.
Cat? Oh, spoiler. Oh no, the final scene is because we're in a hotel, where in the hotel, they did like a little thingy-majiggy. So this is like another murder site. We're only at like the second draft of initiation. The final scene is just the final scene in the play in the hotel. I feel bad sometimes for buying brand products rather than the generic cheaper ones. Kitty, don't feel bad if the name brand gives you some dopamine hit. I'll be real with you. I could probably get better quality than, you know, going with I'm trying to think of a name brand that Cold Power. I could probably get better, like, you know, liquid detergent than Cold Power, but Cold Power, you know, our family uses it all the time. And what's more is, you know, high quality toilet paper. That's another thing. I have some really low standards in terms of like what I consider like worthwhile name brands to absolutely purchase, and I'm like toilet paper, laundry detergent, Tim Tams. Is Tim Tams a named brand?
I don't know.
Do you not have Tim Tams?
I don't care about Tim Tams.
What do you mean you don't care about Tim Tams?
I don't like Tim Tams.
The fuck?
I'm allowed to not like them. Hello.
What? Capricious is like tea, butter, Lur Park, or death. What the fuck is Lur Park?
Lur Park.
The fuck's a Tim
Lur Park's
Tam?
good though.
Oh, Noah Guy doesn't know. Oh yeah, Noah Guy is over in the States, so they have like no idea what the fuck a Tim Tam is. 3-ply toilet paper? Yeah, we want high quality toilet paper. I remember I think I had who did I have I had an argument with Blue. I don't remember if it was for the Tim Tam, but it was for something. And Cat forgot their...
Cab wanted to come in and say something, but whoops.
Whoops, they forgot to. But yeah, this is a Tim Tam. A Tim Tam is a brand of a chocolate biscuit introduced by the Australian biscuit company Arnott's Biscuit Holdings. We just call them Arnott's. It consists of 2 malted biscuits separated by a light, hard chocolate cream filled and coated in a thin layer of textured chocolate. It's in, like, the middle. No, I think we did have a yeah, and they've done like different kinds of Tim Tams as well. So I got like the normal flavored, and then you had like dark chocolate, vanilla, then the strawberry thing. There have been, oh my god, in order to promote the biscuit, Arnott's has proclaimed 16th of February to be National Tim Tam Day. The day has involved a number of publicity stunts. For example, in 2019, the Tamworth, New South Wales was temporarily renamed Tim Tamworth for National Tim Tam Day. In 2022, Arnott's released through an online store a limited edition range of Tim Tam merchandise, including perfume, slippers, and a mug. The store returned in November 2022 with the release of a Tim Tam inspired body lotion, diffuser, and candle. For National Tim Tam Day 2024, Arnott's distributed samples of the biscuit renamed to Tay Tam in Melbourne in honor of the singer-songwriter Taylor Swift, who was playing a concert at the then the Tim Tam Slam. But yeah, these are Tim Tams. Punk Squeak loves Tim Tams. She's put them on her, like, you know, throne in the past, and I gave them to her, and she absolutely loved them. Fun fact: lemons are not. Oh yeah, no, they're not. They're not natural. They're man-made because of a citron and a bitter lemon, where there's like other kinds of like thingamajiggies as well. So like we quite honestly made our own lemons. Life didn't give us lemons. We made lemons.
Fun.
Yeah. Tim Tams are as Australian as Vegemite. Yes, you are right, Mizuki. They are as Australian as Vegemite, but they are far superior to Vegemite. They are far more superior.
I don't know. I've had 10 times. I don't like them.
You were yelling at me for 15 seconds? Well, unmute yourself and then get back in. Alright, so we already got it set to... So we've already got it set to the devil. So yeah, because we're trying to get like a murder thingy-majiggy started. Oh, because we've gone through the door thingy-majiggy, we can now go back to the pre-show ritual. Oh!
The story.
Okay, so So that lets us get in through here. And then...
Oh, don't worry about it. His computer can handle it.
Why in the world do you have so many tabs open? Because I can. And what's more is like
Did you see it?
What's more is I'm not keeping Opera GX open all the time either. Like, and it's not really that many tabs. There are people that I work with who are on laptops that are far weaker than this PC. Like, they're on 16 gigabytes of RAM and, like, you know, laptop power with no graphics card in them or anything like that. And they have quite easily over 32 tabs per window. And they've got, like, 4 or 5 of them. And what's more is they're connected to a dock. And connected to that dock is 4 screens. So you just have them being, like, you know... Google, show me this guy's balls. Yep, Google, default the banks. Google, subvert expectations. And then next thing you know, they just start gambling. Flemion, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. You can only read the first part you didn't finish. Okay, fun fact, lemons are not natural. They are hybrid between a bitter orange and a citron, but because they were bred thousands of years ago, they are a self-sustained population and can grow with no human intervention. So by law, they are considered both a human creation and wild fruit that now grows naturally in the wild. It's a union of creationism and evolution.
Fun.
Fun. So yeah, so we need to try and get to that door, but the problem is that there's this corpse here blocking our way to the door. Please do not disturb from the ocean view. 108. So if I change this from, you know, devil to haunted, it won't let me into the door, which is annoying. You had someone at work call in asking why their computer was running slow. Hopped on the PC and they had 100+ tabs open in Chrome. Yeah, people will do that. People are nuts. Can I shoot you?
Wow.
Like, I need them out of the fucking way so I can get to the door. But the problem is that, like...
Do you have any other words you could use?
So,
like, please? Could you please get the fuck out of my way?
Can you please get the fuck out of my way? I'm gonna put you back to devil. Because there they are there. There isn't anything here. Like, okay, maybe I'm supposed to follow the footprints, perhaps?
The devil walked through the hotel, dragging the whole place to hell with him.
Okay. Cheeto, thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. It's like dingoes in Australia, as dingoes aren't native to Australia, but because they appeared so long ago, they are now considered native now. Oh, like bullfrogs. Fun fact, bullfrogs are not native to Australia either, but they are now natural because some Brits were like, oh, these cane sugars are being, like, you know, taken over by the by all of these like, these cane sugars are being taken over by bugs. Let's introduce a frog to try and take care of that. The frog can't jump high enough because the cane sugars are too tall, and they're like, now there's too many cane toads. How do we get rid of them? They introduce a snake that is capable of eating the poisonous cane toads. Yes, I said poisonous, not venomous. Turns out the snake wants to eat anything but the cane toads. At the third or fourth attempt, they were like, let's not introduce any more animals. Hence why Australia has such a fucking hard-on for border security. Like, it is like, there is a TV show in Australia called Border Patrol, where they just, it's like cops in the US, but instead of it just being like, oh, the average, like, you know, oh, you're bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, bad. Instead of it being like in some random rural town or something like that, instead you have a film crew over in Sydney's, like, Sydney or Melbourne airport being like, this couple came back from China and they thought they could get away with it. And what did they do? They bring apples in. And they were told, nope, you can't do that. That's illegal. Like, we have a TV show of like, you know, just the border patrol and border security in our airports. And it's all about, like, you know, stopping people from bringing in fruits and nuts and trees and things. So... Also, hi there, Xerix. Welcome, welcome. Yo, you get more and more animals from the States. Florida has kangaroos, lemurs, and so many other exotic animals due to the abandoned zoos. I just thought Florida liked kangaroos. I didn't think they abandoned any zoos. Too many mice gets cats, too many cats gets dogs, too many dogs brings in lions. I have never heard of this adage before, I'm gonna be real with you. Also, where the fuck is the... 667? Where's 665? Or, never mind, they want us to go into 666, I imagine, instead of 665.
Scratch had been here.
And of course they do the...
lingering in the room. I was about to have another killer idea.
Let's talk about the murder. Okay. Let's talk about the murder.
There we go.
Let's talk about the murder victim. The lady who was killed in the climax of
The devil's number. I know, lazy. How lazy of them. We need to invoke the devil.
For sure. She went back a long time.
Cats ate the mice, dogs ate the cats, lions ate the dogs. No, I get that. I get that. It's just the adage I've just never heard of before, and it, like,
mysterious
I don't know, just didn't sit as like a... It didn't sit as like a deep adage. Normally adages have like deeper meanings to them.
where the murder happened.
The set of the final scene, right. The devil comes, an unstoppable force crashing through the hotel through each scene, executed with devastating mastery.
Getting murdered.
And all leading up to him meeting his muse.
Who died here?
The muse.
Turns out he knew her. He only joined the play to get to her.
To murder her.
Crap! Thank you. Oh my god, plot element, climax. Yeah, I'm running, don't you worry. Oh, wait, wrong way. I should have, like, turned back around when it... Never mind. I should have turned around instead of, you know, continuing to walk into the darkness that was ripping the fucking hotel apart.
Oh dear.
Yep.
Give me that leg, boy.
Not right now.
The dark presence had come for me. Drawn to the story I was writing as it grew darker.
Yeah, this is fine. Quick save here.
I'm sorry. Wait, you save from like tumblers of coffee?
Yeah, from thermoses. Yeah, look at it.
What?
Have you not been paying attention to this game for like?
No, I have not been paying attention because I partly want to play this game at the same time.
Oh, you've made a grave mistake. Although,
well, I mean, okay. The other thing is,
let's be real. Are you really?
I do not usually give a shit about spoilers, so you could tell me anything,
Actually,
and I'll be like, okay, cool.
Actually, fun fact: someone did a study about you know, a group of it was a very simple one. They got a group of people to go through reading like a short story or a film, and so they had a control group of like, you know, different mix of people and what have you going through the experience, and they would rate it like, you know, 1 out of 10 or something like that. Then they had a different group come in, and so that way they could get an understanding of like, you know, the average of like, oh, this film gets this kind of score, this film gets that kind of score, da 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 da. Then they got a different group of people. They told them what the twist would be, and then they had them go through the film, and there was a negligible amount of change to people's enjoyment, which is really interesting because like, I mean, and they picked mediums that were like, you know, good, like where there was like twists that, you know, in I'm trying to think, like where it's like, you know, Psycho and what have you, where the twist, like while the twist, like, yeah, the initial shock factor is now gone, people still enjoyed it because the medium still, like, because it's dependent on the story being able to like do a twist and like laying the foundations earlier. If they just do a twist for twist's sake to have you like avoid the, oh, it's the butler who did it all along kind of like, you know, if they try and like reverse that to make it be like, oh, actually the viewers were wrong, then the twist is kind of like, you know, it's ruining the narrative like prior to the twist, in which case, you know, it's all flash. So yeah, it was an interesting sort of study. All right, so rather than the devil, let's have a look at the climax. Ooh, this sounds like a different thing.
So you were the director?
Nope. I thought it was going to be something. Did you see my post?
That's me.
The meaning is we bring in something to get rid of the original, only for the solution to become another problem. The meaning is the phrase. Okay.
The cult is an immersive theatrical experience.
ignoring Ed. I thought we'd get something different there, but I guess not.
Oh, damn it.
Can I open this briefcase? I guess there's nothing worthwhile in here. So let's keep going here. This is where the final room is, but we're gonna change it from the devil to the climax. Sometimes it could be another kiss and watching it again, because then you can pick up on the clues. Yeah, good mediums should like be hinting. Like good mediums should be hinting at a twist, because then like it kind of like fuels your brain of like, oh okay, like that, like you know, it's giving you. It gives you pause of like maybe it's because of like, you know, it could be a case of like, oh, like, you know, the protagonist ignored things and it's like it's a tragedy because it didn't have to happen this way. Beware the drowned woman. Oh, this would have been the events from chapter 5 that we went through with Saga Anderson. So yeah, this is getting the interesting. Lost on the shore, between the forest and the ocean, the owl and the deer, reflected in motion. In his room he will hurt her, in hers he is caught. His story ends, her story does not. This is the ritual. To lead you on, your friends will meet him when you are gone. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. My hypothesis...
There was a record at the bottom of the bathtub, beneath the body. Somehow, it was important.
Ooh, that actually... But yeah, I have the theory, and I said this, like, I think ever since, like, the first stream when we saw like Alan Wake come out of like the lake. I'm pretty sure the Alan Wake we've been seeing on Saga Anderson's side has not actually been Alan Wake, but has actually been Mr. Scratch, and that this Alan Wake that we're playing is the actual Alan Wake.
Another step. Somehow I was closer to home, closer than ever before. It's you again. The FBI agent. Saga Anderson. I'm closer now. I can feel it. You helped me get closer to escaping.
Wake? Are I still trapped? Yeah, the clicker. We can...
You know about the clicker? It can help us. I destroyed the dark presence with it last time. You can help. You can find it. You must find it.
I can get it to you. I have to understand. Did you write the story?
Alice is in danger. I have to stop Scratch. I have to find Return. I need to get back to my apartment. I'm writing a story to get through. Initiation. It's the only way.
The story. You can do that. You can write out.
So, this is interesting, because when Saga Anderson is talking to Alan Wake on, like, when we were playing through her side, she had a problem with the story Alan wrote, and she was confronting him about the fact that he wrote that story.
Somehow.
So it's interesting to see, like, the miscommunication going off here.
Tower. I had to get back to my apartment, my study. I had to find the manuscript of Return.
Interesting. But yeah, I saw your post, Wild Saber. I still don't know what's going on in this game. So, actually, let me not zoom in on this one. So, we have like two kinds of storylines that we're going through. We're going through the storyline of Alan Wake right now, but we didn't start Alan Wake 2 with the character Alan Wake. In actuality, we started the story of Alan Wake 2 with the FBI agent from the first game. Hello! Agent Nightingale. Because he somehow... Cookie for YY. Here's your cookie, YY. because Agent Nightingale escaped from the dark place somehow, but then he was used as a sacrifice by the cult of the tree. The ritual was interrupted by some locals. So then the main character that we're following, Saga Anderson. Yeah, the naked guy. Yeah, the naked guy was Agent Nightingale. So Saga Anderson and Agent Casey from the FBI go to Bright Falls to investigate this thing. And they find a manuscript page. They go back to like Bright Falls town, and it's like, oh, turns out there was like, this is somehow tied to Alan Wake, who disappeared 13 years ago, along with all the other residents of Bright Falls during that time, because, the events of Alan Wake 1. The sheriff at the time disappears all of a sudden because he's like, oh, we have these manuscript pages too that started popping up. He disappears. Agent Nightingale comes back as a Dark Place zombie. And then we go back to the forest that's on the edge of Cauldron Lake. Saga does a ritual to get into the threshold between reality and the Dark Place, defeats Nightingale, the Dark Place Agent Nightingale. And through that, we get Alan waking up from out of the lake and such like. So we've recovered him, and he's like, "Oh, we need to get the clicker and what have you." And so because of that, we then go to other places of Bright Falls trying to find this clicker that the cult of the tree has taken. So on Saga Anderson's side, we finally get the clicker. We learn who members of the Cult of the Tree are, and that, apparently in the narrative, like in this reality, Saga Anderson's daughter has drowned, and she apparently left Bright Falls. But according to Saga Anderson, that is not the case. Like, her daughter is still alive with her husband over in, like, some other place in Seattle or something or other. But for whatever reason, like, the manuscript that Alan has been writing has warped reality to some degree, and the parts that are real and fictitious is kind of getting blurred. Now, the real parts is the fact that Saga Anderson does have family in Bright Falls. The Thor and Odin are her grandparents, or like, her grandfather and her granduncle, and her mother took him away from Thor because of anger issues and what have you. So, like, there's some elements that she still doesn't understand of, like, being, like, fictitious versus reality.
The manuscript of return was the key to escaping. I had to get it before Scratch did.
Hang on.
See, that's the beautiful thing about why I don't give a shit about spoilers. It's because whatever you just said just now, I have no context to it.
Yeah. Until
I play the game. This is the reason why I'm not like
too bothered by it.
Too bothered by spoilers. It's like that Harry Potter thing where people were going around saying, "Oh my God, Dumbledore dies." It's like, okay, how did he die?
Yeah.
I'm more interested in how he died. I don't care that he died.
Yeah, no, the twist from the Half-Blood Prince, like, even when you're spoilt on Dumbledore's death, like, it's still interesting to see how you get to Dumbledore's death.
The shadows, or was I a shadow too? In a performance.
So those are usually good.
Someone else.
The twist in the Deathly Hallows, however, is like, oh my, Kitty, I swear to Christ, if you're surprised by the events of the Half-Blood Prince after we've had the book series, the TV show, the play, and we're about to get for whatever fucking reason, we're getting a HBO TV show, which is just going to be the elements of the movies again.
Yeah, just that, the entire team aligns with this fucking fool's stupid anti-trans nonsense.
The problem is that it's one of those cases of the author is not dead, so any interpretation, like, there's a phrase called, like, whenever you talk about the discussion of like the materials of a book and the intentions that the author could have had and such like that, and that it was the death of the author, which is the interpretation that when a piece of work is published and is available for like it, there's no more edits that can be done. You just have the final copy and everyone can read it. Everyone can interpret it and come to a conclusion, and it doesn't matter what the author will try and say after the fact, because, you know, the author has already written it down. Like, the only way the author can alter the works is if they rewrite the stuff and, you know, release it again, which the only examples that I can imagine have happened have been in cases of, like, Hergé when he got hold of Tintin. Like, the fact of the matter is that J.K. Rowling has not changed anything about the books that she's released in the Seven, and she's not gone trying to release any, like, you know, re-edits. Like, what we're reading from the books is what we get. And there was a time where it came out during, like, sort of the birth of the internet as, like, a social media, like, connector. So a lot of people who were fans of Harry Potter talked about Harry Potter online, and it came in with such fandom, and it worked so well in the realm of Tumblr, so that only surface level was being interpreted, where it's like, oh, hey, you know, what house are you in, and such like that, rather than, you know, the discussions that most book people have. So, for example, like, any discussion of Dune is a very critical piece of discussion about, like, you know, one, Dune is just Lawrence of Arabia for people who don't want to deal with real life elements. Number two, Dune is a response to the very generic good versus evil tropes from Lord of the Rings, which was created after the events of World War One. The story of Dune was after the events of World War II and, like, sort of in line with the Vietnam War, which was that the interpretations of good and evil was very much blurred, and it was very much prevalent on, like, oh, who is the victor and how are they trying to, like, you know, do their thingamadiggies. So there's a lot of interesting discussion and nuance about how like Dune treats the idea of people weaponizing religion, the, you know, the desensitization to the loss of life in the name of war and what have you, all of it, and all of that, and it's all really important discussion, and we were getting that on the internet, and we're getting videos about that now. During the height of the internet and when Harry Potter's fandom was going off, there was none of that. There was none of that criticism being put towards J.K. Rowling's work when she presented us with a very, you know, British idea of, oh, this is the boy who lived, who was prophesized for greatness, which is, I'll be frank with you, there's always a trope with British and, like, you know, European, like, fiction, where for some reason, the protagonist is great because other powers ordained them. So, like, it's like the divine ordains them as important, whereas Western literature normally puts it in as, oh, this person is ordained as great because despite the world, they make themselves great. So, like, I'm noticing, like, that kind of trend there. Japan kind of, you know, is able to weave that a little bit, I feel like, in my narratives that I've read, where it's sort of like, oh, despite God or whatever divinity putting in place for, like, the character of either protagonist or antagonist, the protagonist or antagonist comes with their own path, not explicitly as a denial of the divine put upon them, but you know, alongside it, kind of thing. Whereas, so yeah, anywho's, back to nonsense criticism and such like that. But yeah, none of that criticism, none of like good, worthwhile criticism of the media was done during the height of the books and of the movies and TV shows. Sorry, of the books and the movies. And then, you know, lo and behold, we grew up, we got older, we're no longer consuming only young adult fiction like Harry Potter. We've now gotten way more media literacy brought to us, not just in books, but in movies and TV shows, that when we look back on, oh, what are they doing in Harry Potter and what is J.K. Rowling doing in Harry Potter, you start to notice that it wasn't really all that great. Because, you know, Harry just ends up turning into the fantasy equivalent of a cop. There's no status quo change, and the one person, Hermione Granger, who does bring in an idea of status quo, which is the elevation of of elves, so then that way they are given equal rights in our society rather than as a lesser being, that is played off as a, oh, this is a pipe dream of a fantasy because elves want to be enslaved. And it's like, no, absolutely fucking not, don't you dare. And like, you know, the one elf that was Dobby, who could have been like, you know, a proper, like, you know, a leader of elves and such like that, to a greater union of like a united force against the forces of, like, you know, fascism and shit like that, which is, you know, Voldemort was kind of fascism, but it was that very quiet fascism where it didn't really want to get into the fact that he would, you know, enslave and like and subjugate everyone below him. It was very much a, oh, he's just evil for the sake of evil. And it's like, no. So yeah, all of that criticism wasn't put in place when the height of the film, of the books in the film. We're now applying that now, but we still have some diehard fans that are like, oh no, don't do this to the franchise that I have put so much of my personality and my, because I was like raised on it or something like that, people would say, where it's like, oh, it made me a good person or it made me better. And it's like, that may be true, but the consumption of the material doesn't care how you come out of it. The fact that you consume it is supporting Rowling.
Yeah.
Thank you for the for the super long tirade of yeah. So, yeah, overall,
yeah.
Like, you know, pick whatever your enjoyment of J.K. Rowling or of like the past and such like that, that's yours. But if people don't want to engage with it in the present, it's their option, and it's important to recognize that if you do want to continue supporting it, that it doesn't matter who you are as a person. You are, oh, God damn it.
Go to hell!
It's being used, and most likely it will be used against you. So, unfortunately, capitalism doesn't give us an option of providing negative dollars to an IP.
I mean, the only thing you can do is just not interact with it.
Yeah.
There is no case of, oh, let's buy the books so I can burn them. It's like you're contributing to the problem. Why are you buying the books and burning them?
Why? So yeah. I remember someone was like, you know, there was this thing about like hate watching Velma, which was not that great of a cartoon. People had their annoyances with it. And then it became renewed for a second season. And everyone's like, why is it getting a second season? And I'm like, because so many people consumed it.
Hate watching it.
Yeah. Capitalism doesn't have an emotion to the consumption. Consumption is consent.
Yeah.
Ooh, hello. Alright, so Scratch is here somewhere. Oh, hello. No thing as
I mean, if and when I get my books, my Harry Potter books back, all of them, I'm willing to just burn them, despite them being a huge part of my childhood back then. But it's just, I don't vibe with whatever she's spewing right now. So no.
Yeah. So, because the thing is, like, you know, you grew up, you recognize that, like, you know, who you are in the past, as while has led you to who you are now, isn't indicative of who you're going to be going forward. You don't owe it to your past to hold on to the books.
I needed to get inside the manuscript.
I needed to get inside to get the manuscript. Can be used for good. You get to check out the media without rewarding JK with any cash. Kind of. Like, again, it's the consumption of, like, I'm very much not for, you know, I don't particularly like the idea of using piracy to circumnavigate a, like, you know, the whole, oh, I want to trying to figure out about a thing is like, it can be important, but I don't like the idea of like, oh, I'm going to pirate this thing so I can absorb it for myself to form my opinion. It's like, I don't want to contribute to it. And I feel like even piracy will contribute to it, because like as much as rights holders would try and say, oh, piracy is, you know, taking money from us, it doesn't. Piracy is used by people who cannot afford things. And if they can consume the media for like, you know, if they can consume the media and then put that money towards something else that is a part of it, that it was cheaper than the original thing, then the rights holder still gets something out of it. They might not have gotten as much if the person was able to pay, you know, for the first consumption outright, but they will still get something, because then there's subsequent purchases after the initial one that may have been pirated and such. So, like, that's how, you know, demo discs work and such like that, is that it treats people. Sure, there may be some people who will not consume the full game and with a purchase and such. They'll just go through the demo, which is a slice, and then be like, yep, no, I think that's it for me. They may or may not enjoy it, but you get way more people with honey. First hit is free. Exactly. Ooh.
For months after
Alice!
I didn't leave the apartment.
Part 1, The Depths. Love is weakness. Trigger when viewers close intimate. Motion activated TVs. Huh.
The guilt.
Motion activated TV.
So yeah, if they get in front of the TV, it switches on.
I can barely get out of bed.
You make some really... Funny I do that lazy stuff. If Izzy the Fat Cat was here, Izzy would probably be, like, would fact check me on a few other areas on, like, you know, when I give, like, fun facts or any of that kind of stuff, but...
He still checks in.
Sometimes this noggin, it gets something. It sees the patterns. Human beings can recognize patterns so well. They're better than most other people. But the problem is that sometimes we recognize patterns when there aren't any patterns. It's why you can put 3 dots on a canvas and some people might interpret a face from the 3 dots. For whatever reason, there's a theory out there. And I reckon the reason why this is a theory is because, you know, the Neanderthals or something like that. But there's a theory out there that we are so good at trying to spot inconsistencies in human features. So, like, you know, the uncanny valley. Like, the reason why we can, you know, we're unsettled because of the uncanny valley, where it's like, oh, if there's only the slightest human elements in something that is obviously not human, we're totally fine with it because we can see the non-human element first. But then, you know, we're fine because it's like, oh, look at the little person. It's like why we're fine with dogs, you know, giving us expressions of, like, smirks and such like that. The dog isn't actually expressing or emoting to us in that fashion, but we kind of see that on the dog, and we're like, yeah, it's a dog that does slightly human things. How funny. But when we get into, like, unless something is absolutely human, there's this uncanny valley in the middle where it's like, oh, it looks human, but there's something unsettling about the skin or the eyes or the way it moves its mouth and such like that. There is a theory out there that has been invoked into us because generations ago, like, you know, long ass time ago, like the start of the Homo sapien or the Homo sapien, technically, I think we are, like, all the way back then, we met something that was very much human, but very much wasn't human and was a threat to us. And so because of that, we now have a natural instinct to pick out on the non-human aspects as a protection mechanism because we are social creatures at heart.
Alice's work had consumed the apartment.
Sounds dumb.
Her whole life.
Look it up. Google it. The ancestral response to seeing non-human things and human things. The darker, the better. Okay, so we go in there, we get the first TV, we go across to here, then the unknown thingy-majiggy there, then we go backwards. Okay, cool. So we gotta go through the entire hall. Hello? Okay, I thought this was gonna show something, but I guess not. So there's Scratch.
You're not motioning in front of the TV, I guess.
Let me motion in front of the TV. Let me just juke it. Ooh. Doo-doo?
You gotta dance in front of the TV.
Hang on, let me... Chat, is it working? Am I emoting in front of the TV? Am I emoting? Maybe I need to do this?
You gotta break it down sexual style.
Like this? Or this? Or these? There's a difference between wolves and dogs. Wolves have bigger brains and more social, and dogs have eyebrows that can move. Interesting. That's cool. That's cool. Wait, Volk551, are you the Volk that I'm thinking of? I think you're the Volk I'm thinking of. You're the... Are you the cool... Are you the artist, Volk? Are you the cool artist that does the... That does, like, the doggo?
The bubble?
No, there's like a Volk that I am like, maybe it's because Volk is like a common could be a common ass you know, suffix or prefix to names and such like that. But there's like an artist that, like, hang on, let me BSKY. I bet you if I type in Volk I'll be able to get the proper name. It's like Marcos Volk or something like that. I'm terrible with names and faces.
It's a common furry name.
Ah, okay. That would do it. Yeah, and I type in Volk into Blue Sky and I don't fucking see it. So, but I know who you're talking about. Okay, cool. So you kind of know. There's a study being done that dogs are evolving eyebrows just to be able to express better to humans. Fun. Actually, speaking of, like, you know, expressing better to humans, cats don't, like, they don't meow to, like, 100% communicate with other cats. The excessive meowing is done only to us.
Yeah, because we talk, and the cats are like, okay. They make noises.
So, yeah.
Let me make noises too.
I remember Tumblr was like, cat, at how was your day, good human? Human, trying to meow. Taxes! Never change. Oh, hello. Marvolk. Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of.
One morning, I saw a deer soar past my bedroom window.
Deers don't fly.
A balloon of some cartoon animal.
Oh, okay, that's why.
And I looked out at the street below, and I saw a little girl crying. Like losing that balloon had just ended her whole world.
The little blue guy, exactly.
It was the perfect image of the horror of caring. And that's when I got myself out of bed. And I picked up my camera.
I wonder, is there a picture of the girl crying or something like that in this room? So we have, like, some context to the... Nope. Okay.
Me sitting here sobbing and crying.
Because of a deer that was just decided... Oh, there we go. So now this one goes off. So it was motion activated. Just...
In the dark.
Just not, like, in the right order of operations, it seems.
To show.
Awful.
Mm.
The more shadows I photographed and filmed, the more I felt like I was on the verge of a breakthrough. I submerged myself in it. I only went out at night.
Or it's high as a kite. Or it's a deer furry on a plane.
My search became obsessive, but...
Do we know any deer furries that can fly?
I have no idea what I was looking for.
I don't think so. I know a bird that drives cars. There's like a TikTok or a social media channel called, like, Regular Car Reviews, and I'm pretty sure it's hosted by a bird.
There's a world hidden behind ours. A dark tide ebbing and flowing against reality.
Oh my god, it's like the dark place.
Shadows. Fear of the dark is really just fear of what could be, that vast, paralyzing ocean. But photography can freeze reality in a snapshot, put a cage around the infinite and capture it. I need to prove those faces are really there.
Okay. The Dark Place, the art of Alice Wake. Maybe instead of trying to get out from Cauldron Lake, maybe Alice gets us out? Because Scratch is obviously terrorizing her, but Scratch gets out from Cauldron Lake, which is how we got in. So maybe we get out from New York because of Alice. Any furry can fly, it just takes $300. God, wish it only cost me $300 to fly to the United States.
God, I wish it took me only $300 to fly to Australia to see you guys.
Return.
Sucks.
Horror story about the dark presence escaping from the dark place, taking over Bright Falls.
What do you want me to say? Think of how much fun we'd have in like the same fucking postcode.
A monster with my face. If this story
honestly, furries that get furry friends in the same postcode, wild.
It wouldn't stop it from happening. I would have to fix it, edit it. I could not change the genre of the story. I'd have to work within the constraints set by Scratch. I needed someone in the story to fight the darkness. Saga Anderson. I kept seeing her in my visions. She was already in Bright Falls, already involved, but she was not in Return. Not yet. I'd write her in. Try to stop Scratch within the limits of the horror story. It was almost impossible. It was taking too long. I had not reached the end.
Why do I feel like that's not Scratch that's shooting us? Why do I feel like there's some, like, looping ritual nonsense in the Dark Place where Alan is meeting Alan again? I have theories, but all of them could be wrong. But I'm gonna maintain the theory that Alan Wake isn't actually back in reality on Saga Anderson's side. I reckon that's Scratch. So, Alice pulls a Fatal Frame, maybe? I haven't played Fatal Frame, so I'm not too sure of the...
Finish my edits to the manuscript.
Alright, every single time someone mentions Fatal Frame, I remember when I was younger, I had a group of friends who wanted to play Fatal Frame.
Would happen if the manuscript came true.
I'll let you
was there
listen,
at Parliament Town,
listen to this
undoing
first.
my work. He could use the story to escape. He could go after Alice.
Yeah, he was trying to go
So
after...
when I was younger, I had a bunch of friends who came over to my house because I had a PlayStation and my parents didn't really mind that I had friends over. So one of the nights that they stayed over, they brought, I think, Fatal Frame 2 or something. But there was something so hilarious that happened that until this day, I cannot forget it. It was the Fatal Frame that had like a little sister following the person, and then my friend was just like running through the places and stuff. It's like not hearing anything, just progressing and progressing and progressing, and he kept saying that his sister is really annoying, and he just wanted to ditch her. So I think the really funny thing that happened was that he heard sounds, so he stopped and paused in a room, took out the camera, and was like looking for like, where the fuck is this bastard? And then he turned 180 and saw one half of a face directly in the camera, and he screamed. Turns out it was the sister who had managed to catch up, and during the time where he was trying to find this fucking ghost and he was trying to like spin around and look for this thing, the sister had come up behind him. He didn't hear her, and he just saw like the top half of her face in the camera, and he was so scared. It was the funniest thing that happened when we were watching him play the game.
Nice. I'm trying to think of like what would be something that like took me out of the... I had some good moments in Mortal Kombat, anytime Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat 1 was doing or saying something, I absolutely love the character, like how he's just like you know, they're about to go through an interdimensional portal or something, and he just has his phone out recording the thing, or when there's like a tornado going off, and for whatever reason he just gets it. He's just like, oh my god, it's a soul-nado, and he just comes in with such sincerity, which is such a breath of fresh air from, you know, the Marvel, like, you know, usage of lamp shading and Barros humor, to have someone that's just like in the moment and it's just like sincerity. Game, why are you calling me out? Goals, right? I am trying. Same. Hang on, where's the writing? Here we go. If only writing was as easy as pressing F.
We worked on Return together. That was
well, to be reasonable with you, writing is as simple as typing F, but then you have to type all the other letters after F.
He guided me to 2 murder sites. I needed a new one to get
Make
back
me want
to
to
Parliament
write
Tower.
something, but goddamn.
A new draft of initiation.
How about all of your earthly possessions to GrantZeebs at twitch.tv/GrantZeebs. Do it, Jack. Write a will. Write your will right now.
No.
Okay.
I'll need a lawyer or some bullshit so I can write this damn thing.
Johnny
and make
named
it real
all that
so that
stuff
you would...
in Mortal Kombat. Yeah, so there was like a soul-nado. It was just so great. Crackers. Crackers. Okay, that definitely looks like they're just parroting Ritz. I don't know what it is about games. Like, why do copyright holders have to be like? I'll be real with you. If it wasn't for copyright holders, that would just be Ritz. That would just be Ritz or whatever brand of crackers is popular in the United States now. I'm pretty sure it's Ritz, but if it's something else, let me know, viewers, because I've not been in the only been in the States like a year ago and barely went to the grocery store.
I swear one of the candy bars there looks like a Kinder Bueno.
Let's have a look.
The packaging kind of looks like a Kinder Bueno.
Hang on, zoom in. So we've got
salted.
Swirl.
Okay, that's salted only
that's
chips.
a Bueno. You're right. That is a Bueno.
Like the salted only chips look. That packaging just looks like something from Marks and Spencer's.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but copyright holders of confectionaries, food, drink, and all that kind of nonsense. Like, also the crackers is clipping through the thingy-majiggy, but let's ignore that for the next little bit. Like, who like, how do you think you're losing money by the video game or the popular media deciding to reference? Like, why did Monster Energy Drink have to get out of Death Stranding? Just leave it in there forever. What, you think someone was like, oh, I want to experience Monster Energy Drink, but I don't want to buy Monster Energy Drink? I know, I'm gonna live facsimilarly through Norman Reedus' character in the hit game Death Stranding as he downs 3 cans of Monster Energy Drink in the break room. Like, just leave Monster Energy in there, okay? It's forever advertising. It would only be a problem if you somehow disappeared from the world, in which case people would then be like, hey, what the fuck is the Monster can? And they're like, oh, well, you see, it's actual energy drink that existed back in the 2000s. Like, are you worried that you're gonna date yourself by having your confection? Like, Coca-Cola is not dated when you see it in films that reference the 1970s. Coca-Cola just seems like synonymous with the United States of America.
They solved this problem in Control, which was just put all the snacks in plain white, generic ass, like literally the bag, chips and stuff was literally white with like black text that says pretzel or chips or something.
Yeah, as if you're like picking it up from a prison commissary kind of thing. But yeah, like, either go the direction of don't reference it whatsoever, or just go the full mile. Just talk to Ritz and be like, give us an infinite license for this one game. Like,
I would say it's more fun for them to just design something fresh.
Yeah.
Like give me the real fictional packaging of chips and whatever shit, because that's, in my opinion, it's much more interesting that way.
Yeah, because Oh Dear, like the Oh Dear thermos, like that works. Because Oh Dear is an original, like it feels original to me, and it doesn't feel like it's parodying like an original coffee brand or anything. Like I can't imagine Nestle or someone doing Oh Dear.
Excuse me, who are you?
It's Mr. Door, but clearly he's a villain because he is shrouded in darkness.
He's a door. Verbal.
I don't have time for this, so let's get over with. Tell me, was this all fake? A show?
No one said otherwise, Mr. Wake. It was to indulge you, but we can stop pretending now.
Masks come off.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I don't even think you know who's under your mask, but you know how to make things difficult for yourself. All these rules, endless, convoluted loops you insist on going through. You are so lucky, you know. There are so many people helping you. Armies of people. Myself.
This could be a reference to video game industry.
Alice. I need to get to her. She's in danger.
She is. Because of you. And so is someone important to me, someone you pulled into this. You keep opening doors. Peeking in. Reaching through to get what you want, and that puts you in my path.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now.
Oh, Volk, that wasn't a churro. Those are wafer sticks.
This has gone on long enough. This and our night springs. It was a nice distraction.
Go suck a lemon. Is a cutie.
Hi, Blue.
It's time someone gave me a straight answer here.
The next time we meet, the circumstances...
First off, Dr. Evil is a parody of evil. Nestle is just actually, like, legally in the right, but morally corrupt. Thank you for the pet set. So, as you grow older, you wish for the days when evil was like a very obvious mustache twirling, even the adults knew it was evil. We don't get that anymore. Wait, am I going the right way? Do I need to go? Like, can't I go out through the front door? No, I can't go through the front door. Damn it. Okay, so I am right. I need to go through the normal... I have to go through the loop, through all this water. Great.
I couldn't get in. I was missing something.
665, Neighbors of the Beast. Oh. And this is Door's spot.
Sir, please stop whispering in my ear.
Casper Darling! My interpretation of many worlds. Ooh, hello. Zane Classic and Theaters.
There he is, my man.
Your man. This is... Hang on, zoom in. Enhance. Enhance. Enhance.
Oh. Such a wonderful man. I have, like, the Dynamite song stuck in my head right now. God damn it.
Oh, actually,
I mean, you know.
Theory.
You know. You've seen it.
Because of the whole, like, you know, slides were being able to be used in like going from like one kind of dimension to another, and we had things like the hiss and what have you. What if, because of like Casper Darling's little like foray into like, you know, the mind-blowing nonsense and ending up somewhere else entirely different, what if he's able to go into like different kind of like shards of reality or what have you, and the dark place is like one of those things. So while there is, and there's like multiple methods going through each of the shards. So while there's like the obvious way of like, you know, trying to find overlaps and, you know, crossing through them, like, you know, when like the tide goes low and there's bridges and shit. But then there's like more direct methods such as like the carousel photo showing thingy-majiggy, which is, you know, far more direct, but, you know, very, very sci-fi to get through. Whereas this is more, you know, interpretive sci-fi.
Sir, please stop whispering in my ear.
Ati!
Here is the light at the end of the... Jumalauta, that...
You are my light at the end of the tunnel.
Mutta onward, set the granny in the snow.
I loved Ati from Control.
The help is also near.
Gordon seemed happy to see me this time.
Fearing the master is the root of wisdom. But don't let the game get you down. He's playing his role. Maybe put him in your films, Tom, like you have put me. Sehän olisikin.
Okay, cool.
What films?
I'm a fan of your master.
This is more like okay, so Control is more like SCP. Control is what SCP modern wish it could be.
Is the most famous one, of course. And is it true what I hear? That it's coming back to cinemas soon? Is there a bottom to this rumor?
Is there bottom to this humor? What the fuck does that mean? Is there bottom to this humor?
I need to get back to my apartment. Can you help me?
Well, plan is half done. You asked me to make sure you won't forget mikä se valokuva oli? The light pictures.
Cinema.
The photos you artist wife took. They are waiting in the shoebox in the basement. What you leave behind, you find in front of you.
Okay. Thanks, Adi.
Ah, thank you, Ati.
I wonder when he said he took a vacation, he came here.
I can well, no, this is 13 years after the events of, like, this is a good deal after Control, like.
But first, I work. And the work won't end even when you do it.
I'm still remembering the phrase, have you got piss in your sock?
Have you got piss in your sock? One potato at a time! The brave will eat the piece. I love everything about what he says. Because it sounds like it doesn't make sense, but it does.
Mm-hmm. This is like an SCP in himself. So, I'm not 100% familiar with the SCP, like the whole secure, contain, protect division and what have you, but I do know it's basically the internet has come together to, like, create all these different kinds of stories and what have you about, like, you know, supernatural nonsense and that there's a secret government thingamadoogies underneath. Ati, you could argue is like something of an SCP, but he could very well easily just be a character that utilizes SCPs just as well.
Wait, he is. He is an SCP. He was there at the oldest house before anyone else was there.
Really?
How do you express? Yes, it was actually mentioned.
I am absolutely terrible at remembering information like this.
It's okay.
I am thin of head and thick of ass.
Thin of head. Oh my god.
Aren't I a hoot some days?
Why am I playing? Why am I playing this game? I don't
to get
remember
to
how to play
Parliament
this
Tower,
game.
I needed to find a murder site. Zane would know where to find one.
Oh, it won't ring me? I have to go to the hotel this time? Is the ocean view gonna fuck with me again and force me to go, you know, from, like, from the roof this time? Cauldron Lake would be an SCP. Yeah, no, Cauldron Lake would be an SCP. I am very much familiar with that. Has to be one that...
Zane's room, 665, was upstairs. The elevator would take me there.
Yep. So... It's like in the monsters that come out of it. You have found an episode of Night Springs that is an optional content. You can access it now or from the main menu. Cool. I'm not gonna access it right now. I am already on a fucking roll. 665. Neighbor to the devil.
Something told me Zane wouldn't be happy to see me this time.
Your boyfriend won't be happy to see you this time?
Well, he's less of a boyfriend and more of a, you know, a 70s parody of Alan. Or maybe Alan is a parody of Zane. Let's see. Okay.
I'm in control now. The second you try anything, I will shoot you in the head. Scratch wrote return, not me. You're a fucking liar.
You'd given up. You stopped writing. You said it was too dangerous, that we didn't deserve to get out. And then he showed up. Scratch. He promised to write. To get me the hell out of here. He was magnificent. A visionary.
Okay.
I mean, it was art. But then, when he finished, he took a return and left me behind.
It's still here, and so is he.
No, he isn't.
I know I fucked up.
He isn't still here. He's back in Bright Falls now.
You can still catch him before he gets out. Before he gets to your wife. When you get to him, don't hesitate. Kill the bastard for what he did to us. There's a murder site in my cinema where my film Nightless Night is playing.
I told you not to try anything!
Yeah, that's gonna trip me out. Is he still?
Oh, mercy.
Okay, so he's not dead.
Thousands have gone missing. Beyond the labyrinth of me. When you're lost in your own company. And cut! Oh.
I wonder if anyone can truly die in the lake. I don't know. Like, I feel like because of the fact that there's like the whole like...
What the fuck? I had a million questions about Zane, but I had more pressing concerns.
I have a feeling that because of the whole, like, you know, every time Alan has died, there's been like the, you know, he hasn't actually Like, it doesn't immediately hit me with failure. It instead, like, you know, does, like, the flashing scene of showing him, like, dead and then a rough sketch and all that kind of nonsense. I reckon the game is internalizing the failure for whatever reason. So, depends on what it decides. Because like they said, the dark place is a place filled with loops and rituals.
I could see the searchlight beams of the movie theater on the far side of the plaza.
Save here. Into the shoebox. No, not really. Figure out which ones are problems and which ones are not. Okay, so there's something here. Ah, there we go. Ow, fuck you.
The shadow is congealing the darkness. Died then, but we survived. Alright, so there's the first one. Word of action. So, word of action. So, increased damage dealt to enemies in close proximity to 10, harder to detect, see from the darkness projectiles by 25%. Let's increase damage when they get too close to me. And then there's another thingy-majiggy here. Is there? Okay, I found the thingy-majiggy they wanted me to find, so moving on. Oh, there we go. Boxes. Bam. Bullets. Thank you. Still. Job.
No steering, no words, no control.
I'm lost in the dark. I've been through it. I've been through
Thank goodness for flares. Can I open this door? No.
The door wouldn't open.
Okay, why can't I be here? Why is... I can't climb up anything, and I can't climb through doors. If only Max Payne was Alan's character, then we could have tied all the games these days made together. Well, I feel like Alex Casey, for whatever reason, I feel like he's sort of like the spirit of Max Payne for some reason. Like, he's a hard-boiled detective with the FBI or what have you. There we go. Is there anything here? I don't see anything here. Oh, there we go. Words of aid. Here we go. Increase effective trauma, increase hand flares, area of effect by from 13 and duration by 7. Let's go with prescription again. He's not Max Payne. I get that he's not Max Payne, but he is Sam Lake. So we got that at least. We still got Sam Lake. So why can we go up here? What's here? Oh, there we go. That's why.
I say God made us in his image. Just like us, he is an uncaring, cruel son of a bitch. Having made it in heaven, he doesn't want us there, dirtying up all that nice white upholstery. And he doesn't want to reach down to help us. He gets his kicks just binge-watching us struggling, hurting, killing.
Was binge-watching something before streaming?
Again and again. Lazily stirring it up when things threaten to get too placid.
Doing other things, hope the game goes well. No, not to worry, not to worry. It's only 10, 11... Jesus Christ, I've been at this for a while. It is 10 p.m. I have work the next day. We're gonna need to find a, we're gonna need to find a safe space to save the game and such, so... It's a little... Hi, Nightman. It is a little late in the night. I need to not be awake this long. Oh, excuse me. Hang on. I need to find a way out. I need to find, like, a place to save or something like that. Because once we do, I'll need to call the stream there. No, you're not the problem. So, Getaway Club is here. Careful. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's a means to double back. It's election day in my country. Of course I voted already. Oh, wait. Election day? Which country? Oh, we submit our movie ticket here, and then the doors open. TV Binge first appeared in the U.S. newspaper on July 27, 1952. Jesus, okay, so we've had Binge for, like, television for a long time, then.
The cinema lobby was a gateway to other realities on the silver screen. I could set a scene here.
Okay. Word to fix. Okay, so we now have another thing. Increase maximum amounts of health restored in safe havens by 30%. Increase maximum health. Let's go with you. Alright.
On this case,
there we go.
I felt like I'd been on this case looking for the cult of the word for a lifetime or more. The only case I'd ever been on. They would surface from the dark.
Word of Stuff? Word of Stuff is a,
was the murder. I had to find my way to it.
I don't know if I want to go for Magic Pocket, which expands the inventory by 1 row, or if I want to go for Tourist Map. So I'm hoping to find more. So if I find like 1 more, or I find a map to this place, then I feel like I'd go, because I want to go for the mini map, for the map like revealing things.
I was missing something.
All right, so we can't go into there. So we're in the lobby. Anticipation before the event and capable of transporting you to another reality. Where's the bathroom in this place? Oh, hello.
The question.
All right.
How do you run from an idea, from a thought, from a story that lives in your head? You can't escape your fears. You carry your monsters with you. The devil gets in you. You're running right back to it. A loop. I have to stop. Stop running. Stop writing. I won't write another word. It's too dangerous. Only horror comes out of it. People get hurt.
Weirdly enough, I've not seen a manuscript page in the Dark Place. I've not seen another manuscript page. Of course, it's more complicated than it is. The funniest thing is that when I did one of those party question lists, I had 5 parties with the same percentage at the top, which shows that it's more.
There's too much at stake.
2 rights and 1 middle party. Tweety the Netherlands. Oh, nice. Alrighty, I am gonna save here. So we've gone through like, so we went through like Return all the way to like part 5 with the old gods, and before we go to like the sheriff's place, we then swapped over to Alan Wake. So now we're at Initiation 8 where we're dealing with Zane's film. Let me move you here, let me move you there. So your flare gun stuff, your shotgun stuff, your painkillers. So, okay, so what's in you? Cool. Alright, you. I've been at this now for 16 hours. Oh, goodness. Yep, exit to the main menu. I need to call the stream here because, let's see, so we got Night Springs. Oh, and then we have a lake house. So we have, contains, and we got the, okay, so we got the 2 expansions there. And then we've got, Jack and Caboose. And then Celebrity Suit, and then that's Classic. Then we have Digital Deluxe. Okay, so the cosmetics are cute. But yeah, so looking right into your soul. With the autistic stare. Any whoosies. Oh wait, no, I don't want to play that music. I want to play my normal music. Here we go. Chill session. That is going to be it for me tonight. Now, I will be back online tomorrow night. I will be going through new episodes of Dispatch. We got episodes 3 and 4 coming out in like 3 or 4 hours or something like that. So I will be going through those episodes like tomorrow evening. So it's going to be a relatively short stream because when I went through Dispatch last week, they had the first 2 episodes available, and I got that done in like a little under 2 hours. It was very fun. I like the idea of a short stream, so we'll be doing that Thursday night tomorrow. But the next proper, like, 4-hour-long stream will be Sunday morning. So if you're over in America or in the North American kind of time zones, that might be a better time for you to watch because I will be streaming at, basically your evening instead of super early in the morning, 2 or 3 in the morning. I'm lucky I'm off this week. Nice, Het. Good for you. Now, we have a raid target for you. See, I was recommended a person to raid into, and we're going to go raid into someone named Icarus Beowulf. It looks like they're going through a Halloween special. That's just what they explained to me. Now, let's see. What are they doing right? Are they just sleeping, or are they... What are they doing? Okay, cool. They're awake. They're not sitting in VR chat sleeping or anything like that. So we're going to go raid into Icarus Beowulf because that was requested by one of our lovely viewers. I believe it was even Het. So we're going to also, sorry, not zoom into Jack, sorry. Although, Jack, thank you so much for being here. I greatly appreciate you keeping me company for as long as you did. It really does help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now then, for those of you that want a raid message, we are going to go with Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you would prefer. I'm going to be using my emotes. But yeah, I will be back online tomorrow evening. You'll find out via the Twitch schedule. I'll also post it on my Twitter and Blue Sky. But otherwise, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Space Yin, thank you so much for the raid. Aid Craycat, Cheetah Man, and Fliman, and Azure Star Dragon, and Sanic Bladder, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. Hopefully I'll see you all Thursday or Sunday, but otherwise, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.